pussy for your lunch, so let me wear a hairnet. Freaky little bitch when I'm out with Charlie. And we keep more eyes on us than the show iCarly. Bad bitch, make it where you can't get over me. Your ass a pussy, I'm a bubble like a ovary. I'm talking every day, you gon' wanna hit on this. So sticky, we need a poo and got shit on this. Come get you a sample, lip between the camel. Pussy taste sweet, cause I ate my pineapples. Light a couple candles, two you can handle. A pussy gooey like yo before the egg scramble. Never trust a man who had briefs, cause he gon' wanna fucking keep it brief. Call again when you need something to eat. So I can open my legs, bon appetit, let's get it. Serve you pussy for your lunch, so let me wear a hairnet. Freaky little bitch when I'm out with Charlie. And we keep more eyes on us than the show iCarly. Bad bitch, make it where you can't get over me. Your ass a pussy, I'm a
What is up, party people? You wouldn't believe who I've got on the line here. We've got the one, the only, the truth, Matt Hardiman. What do you have to share with the people?
It's your boy, what up, yo? Dude, I've failed my life that there's a quat fan in your stream right now, and if you are there, I want to say thank you to you, because that was unarguably one of my favorite things that came about for last season. Dude, Quinn, so, one of the fans, I think I sent you like the edit,
yes,
where you're doing like the little like duck shake dance with the song that's like, I want to show you up, I want to show you up. Dude, that, to this day, I was just watching and laugh because it is so freaking funny.
It's heat. It's pure heat. That's the crazy thing. It's so good.
It's so good. I was like randomly looking at some of my past tweets, and I was like, dude, so many of my tweets were just like, I'm so ready to see Quinn.
I appreciate that. So I FaceTimed Maya when I got off the show, and they were like, Matt's her boy. That's all you need to know. I was like, oh, thank God.
Let's go, dude. It's so fun. So, hey, if you're in the chat right now, shout out to Quad Nation. We will be making. Oh, I was gonna tell you this, Quinn. I've been thinking about doing like a short-term lease, like the next couple months, and there's a chance I might like live at the beach for like a month or two, like this summer. And I'm thinking about like having you and some people over to watch an episode, and we can all like stream it and have fun, like, and then go to the beach and everything. I think that'd be so fun.
I would love that, bro. You tell me when, and I'm there. That sounds so dope.
We should do it. I think that would be so sick. I'm like a couple days from pulling the trig. I just like got to tell my my roommate like, yo, your boy is out. But, like, hey, you're gonna have to pay like double rent. Sorry, but I'm like a couple days away from full trig. I'll keep you updated, because if that could go down, that would be so freaking fun. Just like watch an episode, talk mess about the newbies and how much cooler we are than them, and then go. Yeah,
we'll bully them. That sounds great. You let me know when, and when you move, let me know. And if you want, like, I know I don't have as big of muscles as you, but my spirit makes up for it. So I can help you move if you want. I'm happy to drive any distance.
That'd be sick. Yeah, dude. I'm thinking, because so basically, like, I feel like I'm stealing your stream time. Let me know if
it's okay. It's okay.
Welcome here.
We're in the intro.
Okay, so essentially, like, Mackenzie's apartment is like getting just fat expensive. So she is like going to save some money and go back to Houston for a little bit, and we're just going to like go long distance for a couple months. And
yeah.
Because I was kind of like, dang, like I've got nothing holding me down out here in the A, and you know, I'm young, I'm able. I'm like, why not go live somewhere that I may never get the chance again? So I don't know if it's like going to be like Charleston or something like that, but dude, it'd be so fun. So I'm just going to like book the Airbnb for a month or two and drop the coin. So like there won't be too much stuff that I have to like move. We'll get to just kind of like live in, you know, someone's like guest house or apartment or something, and could have you guys down and be really close to the beach, and we could just hang, get dinner, whatever, you know. Hopefully we can fit in everybody's like prospective work schedules. But even if it was just like you wanted to come and crash for a little bit, we streamed an episode, and it'd be so fun.
That sounds awesome. Like, I'm so down. I'm so down. I've been saying we need a Big Brother content house. All right, I'm telling you, this is the start of it all. We're the next FaZe clan. Look out for us.
Dude, I know. I want to see your stream live because I have like no concept of like how it all works. So I would like love to see you in action.
Bro, I got you. I'll invite you to Lawton, Oklahoma. Too easy.
Heck yeah. I would love to go to Oklahoma.
Dude, you let me know when. You let me know. I live right next to it's like the, oh god, what's it called? It's like a reservation. It's like the, oh, I don't even know what it's called, but it's like you can go out and see buffalo, longhorns. There's one mountain. There's a single mountain in the state of Oklahoma. We could check that out. It's too easy.
Dang, that would be cool. Like I used to know this girl that was from Oklahoma, and she spoke really highly of it. And I was, I mean, Zach Brown's got a song about it. There should be something going on down there. So.
Oh well, it's too easy.
I would love to come, but all right, dude, I'll leave you to it. Thanks for letting me say hey, everybody. If you're still listening to me.
Oh, they're hyped. Rambling. They're hyped. No, they love it. Awesome. All right, love you, Matt. I'll text you after this.
All right, bro. Have fun, man. See you guys.
That's my guy. Thoughts? Concerns? What's up, Trey? What's up? Oh my god. That's my goat. All right. Who else talks to their first boots like that? Quat Nation. What's up, Trey? Trey, when is Squid Games The Challenge 2 coming out? Because I want to do a draft. I want to do a draft where we figure out who the winner is. This December? Oh, God, that's like a million years away. It's true. That's crazy. I guess the first one came out in the winter. And you convinced him to leave. That's insane. Carly, I'm sorry. World's longest draft. I like that idea. I'm just like, I want 227. That's crazy. I guess that's fun to have like a wintertime show. I think that'll be a good time. It's competing with Stranger Things. That's crazy, actually. That's an insane life decision. That's wild. That's crazy. You would think that they would either do it like, how much is a cycle? It's like a month for their billing cycle. That's crazy. But yes, we have Trey in chat. I'm curious about his strategic input on how to win Big Brother 27. It really feels like the event fell through. I reached out to all these hotels trying to get free hotels to be able to afford the event. And it just doesn't feel possible. Like, the responses that I've gotten have been next to nothing, where it's just like, they're like, yeah, we'll add you to our, give us your email. And then I'm like on their mailing list. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not why I DM'd you. I didn't want to hear about promotions. I wanted it to be free, And so that's where we're at in terms of planning. 2 people giving, who haven't won. I would say Trey won. Trey got screen time in a show with at least 6,000 people on it. Call me for a quick chat on BB27. W Havers. Wait, what? Do you want me to call you? You let me know. Trey, isn't that enough? Yeah, he won the, what did Banu say? He wants 1 million hearts, not the $1 million. I thought about making that joke. Yeah, okay, I got you. And Trey also got supervillain edit in the battle camp. That's the dream. Oh my god, my DMs are so cooked right now. Hold on. everyone wants to know the tea on the cruise. I'm like, crimes are the tea. I can't post about crime. That's why I reposted BB Steph's thing, because she worked directly with the survivor of... Oh, Trey, I just read your message. I'll give you the full tea. Let's see here. How do you call someone? I should check. Oh, fuck. Battle Camp is the hottest new show out right now. Wait, what did you send, Brianna? Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me figure out how do I FaceTime. It's a really good show. Battle Camp is so fun. And Madeline, I'll DM you because I need to take the our picture and I'll put it on the thing. Okay, how do I... Hold on. I almost accidentally blocked you. Does anyone know how to use Instagram? How do you do this? Oh, bless up. Thank God, Trey. Okay, wait, do it again. I need to message all of you. I'll be honest, I got instantly... My DM was... Oh, God. Call back. What the helly? I'm pressing the button. Maybe if I close out all the tabs. Close out all my tabs. I'm failing everyone right now. I swear to God. Oh, wait, I don't want to... What the helly? What the helly, Barry? Look at this. I'm clicking. I can't. What is happening? I just applied it. I changed our filter to Benson Boone. Okay. Here we go. Now we're cooking.
Oh, God.
We did it. You got Benson Booned. How do you feel?
What was the AI that you were using on that one?
I held down the screen and it was like, apply Benson Boone. I was like, well, if he's here, you know, you might as well.
Yeah. Moonbeam ice cream, take it off your blues. Can I get muted for that?
No. We're good. Run it. Any Benson Boone fans in the chat? Come on, God.
Okay. How to win BV27. Also, how the hell are you? How the heck are you?
I feel as if I've been in a whirlwind after the cruise. Word has gotten out of what occurred, and that was traumatic. In the moment, I called my mom in the airport, and I was like telling her what went down. I'm crying in the middle of the airport. I was like, I can't believe this. So
wow,
it was just like a lot all at once, but we're slowly but surely getting back to centerfold. It feels like people will face consequences for their actions. And it feels like we're setting up a situation where there's no further harm, just because who else is going to book a cruise with this guy? So luckily, this is like the good timeline given the turmoil in the past. But yeah, it's unhinged. How have you been?
I've been good. Yeah, I saw that. What was that? This morning that y'all were posting that screenshot.
Yes. Just wild.
Man. Yeah. How long was the cruise?
It was 4 days. Madeline, it's interesting that you say keep posted on Facebook page. I got kicked from the Facebook page, as did Angela, as did Cam. So any of us that speak out, you get kicked from the Facebook page with the fans, that's not an indictment of guiltiness, right? That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, I love reality television fans. I love chatting with them. I was once a reality television fan as well as you were. The big reality television organizers for events have a lot of responsibility on their hands that I feel like gets things get muddy, and I haven't watched the video all the way through, and maybe I shouldn't comment on anything until I have. But yeah, I'm so sorry that all happened, and I'm so sorry those lines were getting crossed for people. It's not right.
It was truly like it was fascinating witnessing it in real time, where people were enjoying their experience because, like, I know how big of a Survivor fan you are. So it's like, if you were on a big boat and you got to hang out occasionally with some of your favorite Survivor players, which for those of you who don't know, Trey's favorite Survivor players, Russell, Johnny Fairplay, Brandon Hance.
Both Russell Hance and I keep it in the family.
It's like, of course you're gonna have a great time, and you're like, this is great. But it's like you're sitting there and you're like, okay, but like this, you have no idea what's happening under. I was kidding, by the way, obviously. But it's like they had no idea that it's like, you're not getting what you paid for. You're getting the bare minimum, which is you can occasionally see us and you get to be on a cool boat. That's like, I don't know. And so you're absolutely right. It's a lot of responsibility. The guy who was running the cruise, he told me that, he doesn't watch my show, like he doesn't know who I am, but the fans want to meet me. So that's the only reason he's texting. And then it's like, I become like a Ken doll, Trey. When I'm around fans, it is like there is zero sexual, like I feel like you can't even get confused. I feel like I am friend zone as much as possible. And when I'm not agreeing with his, like, you should hook up, like whatever, then all of a sudden he's telling fans, well, Quinn's still caught up on Leah, which that was like my flirt mance.
Yuck.
And so then it's like, even when I'm sitting here doing what I believe is the correct thing, he's spreading this that like I'm this I haven't gotten over something that happened a year ago, and I'm just like, no man, I just don't think that I should capitalize on this power dynamic on an enclosed space that lasts 4 days. Like, that feels a little strange,
Yeah, yuck, man.
I know, bro.
Yuck. What the hell is right? What the hell is absolutely right?
Oh man.
Holy. Man, that's terrible. By the way, I think I'm almost certain I'm going to Over the Edge in December. I think.
That'll be a good time.
Yeah.
That's
Over the Edge is like a fantastic fan event. It's been going on for years under a couple different names, I think. But, oh, man, my mom went last year. She met you at that, right?
Yeah, night one. I was awkwardly standing there. And your mom walked up. We took a very blurry picture. And I was like, oh, my God. I was like, I know her. I was like, this is crazy. So technically, your mom was like the first reality TV person that, like, I got a picture with at OTE.
Gosh. Wow. Oh, Oh man, yeah, and like also last bit on the cruise, and then we can talk about how to win a reality show that I have never or played or anything. The responsibility of like the reality star, right? When you're doing these things, it's fun. It's incredibly fun to be like a rock star and be treated as such. But it's work. It's taxing. And I love meeting with people. I love meeting with fans. However, if there is no expectation set up from the organizer about like where to be and when, the inclination for the people meeting with the people that the fans are meant to be meeting is to hang out with the people that you're like castmates and your fellow reality television people. So was that line also blurry while you're out there?
It was really difficult, and Carrie kind of spoke on this or like when I first talked about the cruise, where it was like the more introverted fans, when we weren't at like an event and we're just walking around the ship, they were like, oh, well, I'm not going to interact with you now because you're not on the clock. And so then it was like everyone kind of divvied up into their little groups. I was with Corey and America from Big Brother 25, and then like Jag and Jas. They're always like good, reliable people to hang out with. And then it was like all the old school Big Brother people. And so, yeah, it kind of divides up into your little cliques. You move in packs, and then it's like, hopefully it's like the more extroverted fans will just be like, well, we're besties and we're going to hang out. Right. And so it was a very blurry line where it was like sussing out what the correct vibe was the most difficult thing. And some people wouldn't even go to events because they felt so awkward about it. It was kind of awkward. It was wild. It was just like, it could have been better organized. That's what I'll say.
Gotcha. And how many people were on the ship, like fans and cast members and like reality folk?
That's an interesting question, because we had, I want to say like, I think it was like 16 reality TV people. That might be too many. It might be 14, but we never were given an exact number of how many people were on the cruise. And it's suspected because in people's contracts, they would get paid the full amount based off of like the number of tickets that were bought. So we've heard the number 200, but we were also told multiple times we sold out of the rooms. And then on the cruise, it's like, yeah, we barely like whatever. And nobody wants to be like the one to complain about money. I got $1,000, which was like peanuts compared to the older people, but that makes sense. They have bigger fandoms. Like, you know, they're the ones selling the tickets, but around 200 is the number that we've heard most consistently of attendance.
It is surprising that you don't have that like information up. Like, wow. Well, I mean, I guess it's not surprising that there's no information anymore, but I guess it's surprising that information was not like at your fingertips at some point, you know? Wow. Well, there goes, I mean, my parents are journalists, so there's my journalism that I've done for the day. How to win BB27.
Let's do it.
Are you prepared?
Oh.
Crazy screen swipe. It happens here.
Wait, how do I full screen? Hello? I can't full screen. What's happening? Chat, help! Help! Okay, there we go. Let me move me.
So this is something that's insane. As we approach as you approach your sophomore year as a Big Brother player, am I getting that correct?
Yes, I would say so. I say that's accurate.
You are now at a point of reflection of your time on reality television, where I am for my point of reflection on Battle Camp, having it aired. We are 1 year out of my time on Battle Camp and your time on Big Brother, which I feel is crazy. Big Brother is a crazy game. It is, you are in this damn house for 100 days and have no semblance of how things are going, how things are being perceived, you know? And I think for me, my biggest, Trey from Squid Game's on the phone, let's go! My biggest thing for a game that goes on for that long is what you said, which is you are able to earn trust. You have time to earn trust. And I think something you said when you were with me in Lincoln, Nebraska the other day is, can you believe that was 2 months ago, man?
That's crazy. That feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah. But, it was only 6 weeks ago. Oh my God. That's even crazier. But I feel like the ability that week to week, you have literal days of the ability to become likable and feel the ebb and flow of the house is an unreal advantage for people who are social chameleons. So I think my biggest advice on how to win Big Brother is to socially be so likable and so consistent with yourself that there are no surprises that can be expected. And then you hit them with the fucking uppercut, baby. And then you send them packing with the 1-2 punch, you know? Jab left. That would be my advice on how to win Big Brother 27.
I completely agree with that. I feel like you have to create a foundation of predictability. And so it was just like, when I win power, I want to make it abundantly clear that I consult all of you when I make these decisions. So like, I won this upgrade, Trey, and I asked my allies, what should we do? Specifically, my final 3. I asked a bazillion times for affirmation, like, are you comfortable with me putting up Rubina? They look me in the eyes and they say yes. They leave the room and they're like, can you believe he didn't listen to us and he's going to put up Rubina? And it's like, wait, what? And so creating a foundation of trust, I would agree, is like the most important thing to do early game, because once you get post jury and it's ability to win competitions, you better be reliable, because I was not reliable. I got exposed as a dirtbag, and what that meant was, in the jury stage, we should just kill him. Why take the risk? Let's just kill him entirely, you know?
It's interesting, Carlet, do exactly what Trey did in Battle Camp, but at the end this time. I feel like Battle Camp is similar to Big Brother, but it's very different in that a majority vote does not send someone packing. So like what Quinn just said, if the house decides it's time for Quinn to go, the house sends Quinn home. Like, that's just, they have the ability to do that. What my situation is because the voting mechanism and the elimination mechanism is so different, I was able to survive based on fear of what if the wheel doesn't land on Trey, so we need to spread the love. And then also the unknown. The end of Big Brother is so well documented at this point that everybody knows what the end is, so you could play to the end. We didn't know what the end of Battle Camp would be, so I was making shit up to people, going like, I heard they're bringing everybody back at the end of this to vote for and do like a jury style vote on whose name is on the wheel, so you need me at the end. Now, I knew that wasn't the case, but I lied. I lied 100% to make my case for the end, even though I was disliked for probably about half the time that I was out there. So,
and I feel like Trey is the golden example. I kind of had this where like the people that I trusted the most weren't on the same wavelength, like strategically, but you witnessed it in a way where it was like, even when you're trying to socialize, it's getting painted as, oh, this guy, he's always playing the game. And it's like, oh my God, that's what we're here to do, no? And so I think an important, like, if you can take a lesson from Trey and I's experience, I think you crush it in Squid Games where you had a good social game. Like, I feel like that shows up, which with such a big cast, that's difficult to read. So I would say that's good. But in like Battle Camp is if people, you have to suss out your cast. And if you don't get the vibe that being dubious will be agreed upon, maybe that's not the people that you can show that to. And for me, I was letting T-Core and Chemo know what I was doing, which was nefarious, and it freaked T-Core out. And she was like, oh my God, Quinn is like, the Antichrist, like whatever. And so, people were way mean to you, way worse to you socially. Luckily, I just had Tucker who wanted to kill me. You had like an entire camp, a battle camp, if you will, of people trying to kill him for what is undeniably a reasonable pitch of, if you're not going to vote, if what it takes for me to stay is you to vote for this person, then yes, I guess you can vote for that person. But yes, so play to your cast. That's super important.
Yeah, play to your cast is huge, and play to the level of game where you don't want to be the person who strikes first, I think is the idea. We've seen I remember in the 20s of Survivor, the pace of the game is a lot slower, but you saw people have that inkling of wanting to play and wanting to speed up the pace, wanting to get to the individual game and wanting to like make alliances and getting excited. I think you also see that, I said the 20s, but one specific instance is season 30, Worlds Apart, is Max really has this sort of hyper strategic attitude about him that really off-puts the rest of this really I was going to say something ungenerous, but it's off-putting to the rest of the cast or the rest of his tribe, to put it lightly. So that's huge advice, especially when you're spending so much time with people where most of the time is just chilling out. You have to vibe and play out when people want to talk game, especially if you're like a gamer yourself.
You can't come off as too excited to play. You know what I mean? Like I remember Cam finally is like, okay, like I just got pulled into this core alliance within our majority alliance, and I instantly let my like freak flag fly, where I was like, but we instantly got into the weeds with it with Cam, and I sense he's not loving this. And so then the rest of the week, it's just me dapping him up and asking him about like obscure rappers that I love, where it's like, okay, you can't be too strategic all at once with certain people. Even if they want to play strategically with you, you have to build it on something bigger. And I get into that a little bit, but I love your points, Trey. If you could, this is imagine the universe, because I thought of this. Survivor 50, they're playing right now. Let's say you can call one Survivor player and give them some advice. Whose counsel are you, for your counsel, who are you sharing that with on Survivor 50 that you feel would improve their game?
Oh, shoot. Like who's out there now?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of people who are out there that would need to hear advice from me, because I don't think I have anything to say to Suri that would help her. I feel like I'd more be calling her selfishly. I think I worry about Colby and Joe out there. I think those are the two people who I feel like would need some extra outside advice. I think Colby hasn't played in a while. He has an idea of the show from when he was on it and what he watches on television. I know he keeps up with it, and I feel like those are two conflicting ideas.
Oh yeah.
of his. He's imagining himself on the current version of the show, but in his past pants, you know. And there's just not, and he's also a different person. He's even in season 20. I mean, there was the whole like Superman in a fat suit thing that James was talking about, but like he's older now. That was 10, 15 years ago. Like time has moved on, and it's a different Colby, and I think he would need like some sort of a zhuzh in the right direction. And I think Joe, based off the recent season, I'm sure he just finished reading all of the backlash about his gameplay. He just lost. I'm sure there's a lot of reflecting that he's doing, and he may make an overcorrection. However, I think that still that instinct of that honorability in his gameplay is intensely important to ignore. And he cannot make any broad, sweeping judgments about how other people play the game if he is unwilling to compromise with himself. So, yeah, Joe does seem fairly reflective, which he does have that going for him. And this is not to say that I'm rooting for Colby or rooting for Joe, but I think they could benefit from a phone call from me.
I think that they would benefit from it 100%. I was like, I feel like I met Ozzy at a Red Lobster. Like I got to eat Red Lobster with him. And I was like, unironically, I think that if we had a conversation about how to connect with people conversationally, I was like, within a social strategy game, I was like, I really do think that I would improve his game just because he's so quiet and like, I'm like, and whenever he goes on Survivor, he is like the, provider, and he's the comp beast. And I'm like, if we could just get his social game, like just a little reflection, I think he would cook. I'm trying to remember what your tweet was that you told me that you had drafted, and it made me chuckle. But with Joe, I had this banger tweet. In my opinion, it did not do numbers. But I was like, it was this visual of Joe is he's on the plane ride to Fiji. He's got a crumpled up Polaroid of oh my gosh, what was her name? Eva. He's got a crushed up Polaroid of Eva, and he's listening to Animal I Have Become while taking like a sip of his monster. And I'm like, this is when he activates and he becomes evil. Like, I was like, he's going to be like, you know what? I played the good guy. It's time to take up the reins as a villain. And I think that you punished Joe. Yes, literally. And I think that he lands and they're like, hey, we've got a FaceTime with Trey from Squid Games. And he goes, Battle Camp, Trey? And I think you push him and he wins Survivor 50. I think he needs this FaceTime call.
Oh, man. Battle Camp Trey is a sentence no one has uttered.
Everyone's like, yo, that's so gas. Did you get invited to that like dong dong like event? I saw a bunch of like motion about that online, but I didn't actually know what it was. Were you invited to that?
Oh, the To-Doom Summer Break event?
Yes.
Yeah, I did get invited. I'm still trying to figure out my schedule to go. It looks like I'll be attending that event in LA, so I'm very excited about that.
That's cool.
You know, the LA reality stars are horrible hangs. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that loud. Oh, man. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, man. Yeah, they're terrible hangs. However, I love talking to QT. I love talking to Shuby. It's the gamers that are my favorite.
Yes.
But, yeah.
We'll get you linked up with like Jag, Jas.
Yeah. Oh, man. Because Jag and Jas came to Chicago, and I hung out with them in Austin, and that was fun.
Oh my gosh. Derek and Claire. I think Derek and Claire live in San Francisco. Where is that in relation to LA? But
that's north of LA, I think.
Oh, okay. So that, we just got to get you linked up with the fun, cool people in LA,
The homies. Homies. I got to go to work. I got a children's show and a family friendly Vaughn show and a Shakespeare play to go watch. It was lovely to chat. I think you could win Big Brother 27, Quinn. I think you just got to put a little elbow grease on.
Yeah. Ella's like, he's got a job. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Everyone cover your ears. He's employed.
It's do you have those better Twitch TV emotes? This one? Oh no, you don't.
I don't know how to do that. I'm the worst unemployed guy where like I need emotes. I need to do it all here.
Yeah. All right. Lovely chatting, Quinn. We'll talk more later.
I'll see you later, bro. Thank you for providing your insight.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, see ya.
See ya. What a stream so far. 2 special guests off the rip. We'll make emotes. We'll do that stream. How do we feel about this Wednesday, chat? How do we feel about we have people send in their emote ideas, and then maybe we do like a little, we could do like, I don't know if we need a full pitch, but we need to see the PowerPoint. That's your birthday? Oh my God, Carly, that'd be awesome. Okay, let's get into it, chat. First things first. Today we are going to be talking about how to win Big Brother 27. And we're going to start with, round of applause for Trey. Follow Trey on Instagram. He has a way bigger international following than I do. And so we need to get him some American viewers, okay? We need to, like, he's way too popular in every country outside of the US. That was one of the most interesting things I learned, where it's like, yeah, I guess Netflix provides a different audience than cable television would. And that's so cool. But yes, he's employed. Can you imagine being employed? That's crazy. Let's do this. Okay, we're connected. We're locked in. Oh. How's the volume? Is that too loud? Let's get into it. Chat. Big Brother 27 players. Future players. I know you're in this Twitch chat. Do not reveal yourself because we want to make sure you get in that house. This is your opportunity to start playing. All you can think about is who you will be. And my first piece of advice is to understand who you are. Zach, communicate as much as you need. Everyone thinks that they're gonna be this big shot liar. How often do we hear people say they're willing to lie, cheat, and steal to win Big Brother? And then they get in there, and I'll tell you this, it's scary telling lies. It's scary to strategize. Early. That's true. We can go through your chat history. That's a great point. Early on, having strategic conversations. I told Matt this, that the first like real strategic, like hardcore conversation I had, where I felt like we're painting the path to the future, was in the storage room. Music's a bit loud. See, Ella, this is what I need. This is good advice. Let me know if we're cooking here. Matt's talking to me in the storage room. Mackenzie walks in. My adrenaline had fully kicked into high gear. Like, to me, it felt like I've played a lot of big soccer games in my life. I've had, I'm at cross country meets where I'm racing against 400 people. And I know that I'm faster than 90% of the people there. But just because you're the fastest at a cross country meet doesn't guarantee that you'll get first place. There's 1,000 obstacles ahead of you that you haven't even considered yet. Other people playing suboptimally. and it's just your adrenaline is going. I remember I had to poop. I had goosebumps. I felt like the ice in my veins. It felt like clutch. It felt like fourth quarter. Everything is on the line, and it's day 2. And so the first thing I'll say is I don't want you going into Big Brother 27 with this idea of who you want to be, you know? This like, I'm gonna be this big time schemer, whatever. You just need to consider who you are and what that looks like in the application of TV. If you're watching this stream and you're gonna be on Big Brother 27, I think that the greatest service you can do to yourself and the fans is to play the game versus playing it safe. You'll be rewarded for staying out of trouble, but will you feel rewarded with your gameplay if you just took a passive role the whole season? You don't have to be the best strategist, but as long as you are, does this work for BB28 too? That's a whole nother beast. We don't know. Play a game that you're proud of 100%. You know, Dr. Will was not playing optimally. But if you ask him if he has any regrets, I don't think so. Hell yeah, Oppie0. I love that. What we're going to discuss today, we're going to talk pre-sequester, you know, things to consider. We're going to talk the actual sequester, discuss move-in day, you know, what to do day 1, forming alliances versus relationships. Should you win the first head of household? That should be household, sorry. Being a good housemate, power veto, HOH. Yeah, I'll talk about that. Before you go into the house, one of the most, for my mental health, the second I decided I want to be on Big Brother 26, I started distance running. And so I would run for 40 minutes out. So you run, let's say, in a normal situation, okay, you would run 20 minutes out and then 20 minutes back. And that is much better than deciding I'm going to run 6 miles today. Because when you decide the distance, now you're considering pace, when as a collegiate runner, I feel it is better for you to just have a time frame and run at your comfort level. I think that having a good sense of cardio before going in the house is extremely important, because you don't really have the opportunity to run in the Big Brother house. They have the cycle where it's indoors, so you're gonna smell like swamp ass, and you're building up a sweat in a compact room that is like, I guess, well ventilated, but it's not the same. I did, they're called suicides, running back and forth in the backyard. That's putting a target on my back, but I need that because that is my athletic strong suit. And so I was super thankful for the opportunity that I took advantage of going on long distance runs and long walks before I went into Big Brother. The night before, I got in a blacked out SUV with my bag packed, COVID mask locked and loaded, prison pants on. The night before, it was like, what month are we? We're in June. So it's like July, like 5th or 6th or something. There was like this in the park celebration. And so I walked 2 miles. I left my apartment early. I went on a 2-mile walk wearing my basketball jersey. I wore these are like my favorite shoes to wear. I wasn't going to be able to bring them into the Big Brother house, so I wore my Vans for the last time. And I just reflected on what it felt like to actually be able to roam, because you're going to be locked into a hotel for 2 weeks. And then you're also going to be then locked into the Big Brother house. And so you can go stir crazy. And so I think that going on long walks or long runs is a great way to make sure that you're starting at your default steady setting before getting put in captivity is free. I felt free. Yeah, no one talks about this stuff, but it's just like, and I remember I got to tell, it was awesome. My friend Foster was very knowledgeable about what was going on with the Big Brother experience when I was cut. The night that I got, like, that I truly accepted I wasn't going to be on Big Brother 26 and I cried in my car, I was with him at a bar and we were hanging out. And so he was very well in tune with what was going on. My friend, Alex Holman, he's like a wedding planner. But the good news was Foster was there for me when I was back in. And so he made a point to ask that we hang out because I wasn't going to see him for 90 plus days. You know, I thought it was going to be a 110-day season. You know, I was like, there's no way it's shorter. And then I was like, plus 2 weeks of sequester. I'm not going to see this person because I'm going to win Big Brother 26. And I never questioned that. And so it was super meaningful for me to get to see him one last time. And I remember right before I left, I told my friend Alex Holman, the wedding planner in Omaha, Nebraska, best in the business. And I told him, I was like, well, tomorrow I'm leaving for LA. And he was like, what's for what? You know, he's an actor. He's a theater major. And I was like, well, I'm going to be on this show called Big Brother. And he was just absolutely gagged. And he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, you can't tell anyone for 2 weeks, by the way. And then, oh my gosh, I'll send the link in the chat. I walked home and I listened to this song on the walk home. It's straight up 2 a.m. I spent the whole night with my friend Foster because I knew the next day I would be spending the whole day with my friend Maya. And, oh, hell yes. Def Not Another Heather. Thank goodness you're here. And I don't know. I felt like it was emotionally freeing to go on a long walk and consider what you have ahead of you. And it's just like, I felt like that was super important that I get in that headspace before I'm locked in a cage, you know? I'm the type of person in real life, I don't like being told what to do. And, oh, I listened to the Cowboys Overture. And I just listened to that over and over again on this walk, just like taking in the experience of freedom. I had this like, I love bringing disposable cameras to parties and stuff like that. And so I had this photo album that I've been putting together since I was a sophomore in college. And it's just like random pictures of my friends. And I just owned this, and I made sure to put in like the more recent pictures. I packed that with me, and I'm not even like, I am a sentimental person, but I feel like I'm able to compartmentalize the goal, you know, being away from family and stuff like this. I've never ran to Defying Gravity, but I do feel like, that would be very cinematic, you know? Offbeat, I'm happy to provide my opinion on what you're planning to do. But I loved having a photo album because, first of all, it was fun to look at, you know, reflect and reminisce on those memories in the sequester stage where you're in a hotel room without your phone. And it reminded me of stories and experiences that I could share with people in the house. And so that was super, I felt like it was meant to be an emotional benefit, and it ended up providing strategic opportunities. And the coolest part was making it to jury. That was still in my backpack. And I got to show Chemo, Leah, Angela, like T-Core. I got to show them who my friends were. Same with the sequester managers that I was close with, where I was like, these are my friends. These are the people in my life. Like, and that was very, very special to me. And so I know the Big Brother 27 person here, you're going to win because you watch this stream. But just in case you have like some freak situation and you only make it to jury, I think that that is something fun connecting with. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but it's like, oh yeah, you're not going to see that. I'm too pale. I have a cut, like a crazy bruise right here. Because it was like 4 a.m. and I'm hanging out with Leah and I was like, do you want to meet my friends? And she's like, oh yeah. And I sprint through the house at like 4 a.m. It's pitch black. And I cut the rail, like the corner of the railing too early. And it's hardcore metal with like a sharp edge. And I straight up have this crazy bruise right here. And there's a scar, like right here. Like I thought I broke my rib. I was like, just whatever. And that was super cool. I bought not one, but 2 really nice notebooks. One for sequester and then one for jury. I knew I was going to win. But due to, you know, I was very well aware though, odds aren't in anyone's favor going into, like, you never know. And so I brought an extra journal just in case they would confiscate my first one, which they did. So that really worked out. I had this, something like this. A nice leather bound one. I thought that was like, it was something like this. It was more this one. But I just wanted something that like looked really cool because I knew I would be writing about my Big Brother experience in it. And so I would highly recommend you get something that looks good because you're going to be putting it's straight up this one, I think. Yeah, this one. You're going to be writing about something important. Hopefully it matters to you. Well, I'm hoping that works out. Offbeat 0. I wonder if people will believe you, you know, just because I guess, you know, the timing, you know, and then you should also buy your favorite pens. This is extremely important. These are my favorite pens of all time. I thought that these were my mom's second favorite pen, but these are also her favorite pen. So shout out my mom for putting me on. But the Energel, these ones, straight gas pack. A knife? He's got a knife! Why are we twins? Oh my gosh. But yes, it's important to have multiples of your favorite pen because the only pens that they will have are shitty ones in jury and probably sequester. Like I filled out my like questionnaire. I think that it might be a fun prank if your friends are knowledgeable, you know? But I think that it was the second I ran out of, I'm not kidding, I had like 4 of these. And when they ran out of ink, the colored ones are worse than the black and white ones, by the way. When they ran out of ink, I stopped journaling because I was like, I'm not going to write with this horrible pen. And if we have any people that worked in the jury house as a manager, I know you stole my pen and I know who it was. And that was fucked up. That was fucked up. I know you took my pen. And it was annoying because I was like, hey, has anyone seen my pen? I would leave my journal in the same spot with my 4 pens every single day. I go to bed, I wake up the next day. Now I have 3 pens. What happened? Very strange. Next up, this is just like, you know, find someone to run your social media for you. I think that a very current example would be Love Island USA. Hutta was getting, or I feel like we're back. We like her again, but she was getting so much hate in her comments that it's like, you need someone to be working actively to make sure that you are taken care of, so you're not coming home to an unreasonable amount of hate. There's a reason why my DMs were closed off, you know, because it got too bad. And so outside of like growth reasons, so like, you know, with your social media, I think that it is valuable to have someone that you trust who's going to be able to protect you, you know, but make sure that they have a support system as well, because that's very hard. Lastly, eat some Subway. I ate a chicken bacon ranch 6-inch with my friend Maya for lunch, and I will cherish that memory forever. It was so great. I had properly gotten all my clothes rolled up into my suitcase. I had full, like, I did it. I freaking did it. Now all there's left to do is give them my car keys and my sister's phone number so my sister can pick up my car later. But it was like, see you later, Zach. Enjoy Love Island. But that was a cherished memory. And so I think that you should open the door for that, you know? Now let's talk sequester, okay? Working out is extremely important in sequester because you don't want to sit there and rot in bed for 2 weeks and then think about it. You have to be camera ready in 2 weeks and you can't go on cardio runs. So I was very conscious about my diet. I didn't really like the food that we were eating, but outside of the breakfast burrito, that was delicious. But outside of that, like, I was doing push-ups, crunches every day. I had one of those grip trainers. That is extremely important. Grip strength is one of the most important muscles that you need to train for reality TV. And so I would highly recommend. That's something super that's something super passive that you can do. And you're getting stronger, you're getting more ripped. Hello. Understand, like, watching movies, don't be afraid to call for multiple movies. That's what they're there to do. Don't get in your head like I did. I would recommend documenting I journaled every day in sequester. It helped me organize my thoughts. I considered, you know, what might be in store. I weighed out a lot of options. It was just very therapeutic for me. And I would also document. It was just fun keeping a list of every movie that I've watched. You can bring on an extra backpack. And that is like, they want the suitcase to be everything that you'll need for the Big Brother house. And then the backpack is exclusively for sequester. And then they give you your BB duffel bag in the hotel and stuff. I loved having what's it called? Sudoku. I got pretty good at Sudoku to the point where I would like go to sleep and that was all that was playing in my head were just various numbers. Sudoku. What's up, Mariana? How do you say it? Sudoku? Is it really that? Hold on. Sudoku? Sudoku. Okay. Well, now we know. That was super easy. Oh shit. Consider what books you're gonna bring into the whatever. I had this business book of like negotiation tactics. I did not touch it once because it was such a boring read. I'm pretty excited. You know, that is an element of, you know, I would recommend reading How to Influence Friends, like that book, and then the whatever 12 Things of Power. You know what I'm talking about? Those How to Win Friends and Influence People, and the Laws of Power. Those are like functional books that I think would actually be helpful. But yes, I brought a book on negotiation because I thought that might help me in the Big Brother house. But the situation was, I took a negotiation class. That's where I got the book from. So I remembered everything. Like, I know what dirty negotiation tactics are, you know? And so it's just like, you know, it is what it is. And then chilling with production is so okay. They are in there with the intention, we don't negotiate with kids. That's hilarious. I wish I would have been clever enough to say that in the Big Brother house. Also, let the record show, you should fully exploit dirty negotiation tactics. You know, it's like, you know, people who were wrestlers that then joined the MMA, there's different rules. And so the moves that would be illegal in collegiate wrestling don't exist in MMA. So the good wrestlers exploit that, and it's like they capitalize on the stuff that you've learned are dirty, you know? I highly promote talking with production. Can you give an example of dirty negotiation tactics? So creating an artificial timeline to create urgency and force reckless decisions. So let's say I win HOH and I'm having a conversation with Daniel, Mountain Doofus in the chat. I create a sense of urgency of like, hey, I only have, like, I want to get through this super quick, just like 5-10 minutes conversations with everyone, and then if we want to have revisit for longer discussions, fully whatever. So now you've created a time frame, and then you need to do like a hurry up, like foot on the gas. It's like, okay, I need you to name like 2 people that you would put up if you want HOH. Like, I need to go as quickly as possible. Don't give them the opportunity to talk themselves out of it. That artificial timeline that you've created is now creating messiness. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nicole. That's very nice. But it's like, by putting your foot on the gas, you're forcing people to show their cards in a way that it's made up. Think about it. Especially if I just won HOH, we have a full 8 hours to sleep, and then ideally you have until noon or something like that. And if you play the sympathetic card in that conversation of like, I'm really sorry, I just like, I'm getting overwhelmed with the idea of like having to talk to people for hours, and so it's just like, if you can just bear with me and give me 2 names, like, I just want to do what the house wants, you know? And now you have dirt where, hey, Angela, I talked to Daniel, and he's saying that, like, I should put up you and Chelsea. And I don't understand where that's coming from. And so I want you to know, I want to be abundantly clear, I will not be doing that. As far as I'm concerned, we're on the same team. And I just want to let you know. Now you've built up a relationship with Angela, and you've exposed that, and you're telling the truth. And then if, yeah, Daniel, he's crushed, he's reeling from it. He's like, what the fuck? That's not fair. That's not fair at all. And then it's just like, hey man, I'm sorry, but like, it just made me feel really uncomfortable when it's like, I was just looking for names, and it felt, I don't know. I know I shouldn't have said anything, but I'm sorry. I think I just got overwhelmed in the moment, and I shared that. I know I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. And depending on who you're talking to, that might work. So that would be an example of a dirty negotiation tactic. I can share the book if people want. I can share the title of the book. It's not a good read. Like, the author is not. This is, if you want, it's not a good read, but I'll share it. Like, I think it was helpful. I utilized it a lot in student congress, where I'd get really mad with administration because I knew that they were just trying to time us out, you know? Like Chelsea, another dirty negotiation tactic. I'm talking to Chelsea and I want to know who she wants to work with so we can form an alliance. She's like, I'll let you know. Initial nominees happen. She still hasn't talked to me. And so we've all agreed with the 5, but she's never given me a definitive who should we leave out conversation, you know? And if I had pushed harder, it's like poking the bear though. That's why I didn't push harder. But it's like, I would like to suss out who she's leaving out in that situation. I don't know. Let's talk the most important thing. Move-in. Move-in day is a long process. You are woken up. I was woken up at 6 in the morning. And I needed to be camera ready by like 8 o'clock. And it was, and I was the second moving group. I don't know what time the other moving group woke up, but I know it was way earlier. Like, I was so tired, I don't even know when it was, but that's when they gave us our COVID tests. And I was like, I've never been more tired in my life. I know Angela didn't get a lot of rest that night because she was so scared, so nervous. I think creating a consistent sleep schedule, despite not having an alarm clock, or no, I had an alarm clock, but it just wasn't like connected to like some people, like normally you get like a radio, stuff like that. Oh yeah. Luckily, Brianna, and I know it's me, so this sounds super shocking. I was able to create a really good sleep schedule. I live in CST, and California is 2 hours behind us. So my 2 in the morning was only midnight. So I was going to bed at midnight. The only clocks in the house are in the kitchen and in the upstairs diary room. But it's super stressful, but it was just like, I created a sleep schedule where I would wake up at 8 in the morning every day because I just wanted to. Okay, yes, there's 2 diary rooms. There's one upstairs and downstairs. Upstairs blows ass. It's just so much smaller. That one's for like random shit. But you're gonna be super tired. I do think that you should eat. I was scared that I would have to poop in the Big Brother house for move-in. Like, I was super nervous that like we're all hanging out and then I'm the guy, you know, Stinky Pete blowing up the bathroom. So I didn't eat but like 3 bites of my chicken fried steak. It was like catered from some restaurant. I only ate a couple bites because I was also nervous. I think that you should eat just because it's such a long day. We go into the backyard where they have this big structure. My move-in outfit was long pants, turtleneck, and you know, and I was sweating my ass off. Is there something, is it like, you know, you're the first person to move in? I don't know, but I did not want to, whatever. And I was so lightheaded. I wish I had eaten more just because your adrenaline is going to be going anyway. You'll poop before you get on stage. So you'll be fine unless you're a nervous pooper. But for me, when my adrenaline gets going, like pre-cross country race, I don't know who used the bathroom first. I wasn't in the first moving group. But we all went pee, you know? When is the time you can safely poop in the house? I would say like, I don't know. Move-in day is kind of a hard moving target, you know? I won't lie to you. the important thing is like, don't worry about eating, because you're going to be so nervous it's not even going to register. If you're going to have to throw up, use that as your strategy. You know, if you're a nervous wreck and you're throwing up, use that as an opportunity to connect with someone who you think looks super friendly, and sit with them and be like, hey, is it okay if I sit next to you? I feel so overwhelmed and I'm nervous. And that's beautiful, you know? Like, Brooklyn says that, like, when she reflects on me entering the house, she says that I was like, I looked so scared, and that made her sympathetic towards me. And then it was like she got to know me, and you know, I'm a little sweetie, and so then it's like that helped inform her. You know, I connected with Lisa where in my head I was locked, ready to go. Physically, my legs were shaking when the first moving group came out, and Lisa like scratched my back and was like, it's okay. And I'm just like, in my head I'm like, I'm not nervous, but my body is. And so when you're moving in, you're gonna be nervous. You might as well eat. Make sure you drop the kids off at the pool before you get in there, because it's gonna be a long day, and you're gonna, you know, that adrenaline jump is gonna jump, or what is it? Adrenaline drop, whatever. Adrenaline dump, excuse me, is gonna happen, and then you're exhausted. And that was the experience of like, yeah, the adrenaline rush it's like a dump though, where it's like after the fact. When it drops, you're gonna be shaky, exhausted, and it was kind of a red flag when Lisa, without asking production, just started going through the fridge. That felt so bold, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a little scary. Like, she's willing to do whatever, she doesn't care. Like, she's a courageous go-getter, you know? And so that made me nervous about her. When it comes to making friends, strategy does not begin in the first 5 minutes. You can give someone a knowing glance, utilize smiles. Don't talk hard strategy. You can if you want. Just be like, this is so exciting. Fully like embrace the experience of this once in a lifetime opportunity, and show appreciation for that moment with your fellow house guests. And that initial reaction is so much fun. If I get in the house and I'm instantly like dapping up Matt, and I'm like, yo, I think you and I can run it, we don't know each other. So instead of that, it's like I'm dapping him up, and I'm like, bro, how are you so handsome? I'm like, this is crazy right now. And then I think I said something where I was like, now I know why I couldn't wear my denim outfit, because you're out here crushing it. Like, use this as an opportunity to connect. Yeah, pretend to be normal. Use this as an opportunity to connect with people for the first day. If you do a move-in group like I did, it was so beneficial with like me, Leah, T-Core, like playing it from this aspect of, I feel really good about us and I'm kind of nervous like the other people. I feel like an outsider. And you use that fear of exclusion to connect and create your own in-group. I think that there's a lot of value there, and I would highly recommend it to anyone. You're gonna be asked if you want to be the first have-not. And there's some strategic ideas that this would be beneficial. I did not say yes for any of those strategic reasons. Later on, I was like, okay, this isn't the worst thing. I said yes because I'm a people pleaser. I don't think that that is enough of a reason to exclude yourself. Sure, you have the opportunity where I'm sleeping here, Chemo is here, Cam, Tucker. Sorry, the mouse is on the... I'm here, Chemo, Tucker, Cam. It's not worth it. I think that you should move into, if you can avoid being a have-not, you should, because it is far more beneficial. Mr. Anderson's, you mean the have-not stinky boys? We were farting up a storm up there, and then I realized slap doesn't make you fart that much. It was making it foul, but we were just big farters, you know? The ladies weren't farting quite as much as we were. I don't think it's worth it. No one gives a fuck. They certainly feel bad. They feel bad. Oh, that sucks. Quinn's a have-not. Like, I'm sorry that you couldn't eat. Like, you know, I'm sorry that you can't eat food with us. You're literally, if you're not a have-not, you're literally breaking bread with your new friends. But that's not why. It's not the eating habits. It's not the uncomfortable beds. It's the fact that you are cut off from all of downstairs. There are 3 rooms downstairs, and you want every opportunity to connect with people in that space. And for me, it was extremely difficult. For me, it was extremely, slop is just a snake meal. Like, I felt uncomfortable going into someone's room, especially since they were strangers. And so I really got in my head about it. I was able to show off, or I was able to utilize that, like, weakness in my own personal character as a means of connecting with the other have-nots and Angela as the HOH. And I shared my insecurities with, like, a few select people downstairs, because it was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, showing vulnerability is the greatest asset early Big Brother, like anywhere in Big Brother, but specifically in the early portion of the game. If you're gonna be a have-not, make sure you're weaponizing it correctly. You're not doing everyone a favor. Like, if you say, like, you know, I mean, we're have-nots, we shouldn't be nominated for the block, then it just shows that you're thinking about that element of the game. Instead, you make it about, like, hey, can we have a conversation? And then you use that as an excuse to talk to Rubina. And it's just like, hey, I'm sorry, like, I feel like we haven't gotten the chance to talk, and I think that part of that is because I'm a have-not, and I'm, like, really freaking out. I'm upstairs, I feel like I'm not connecting with people, and that is so much more important than being like, well, you're welcome. We did it. You're welcome. I think that that's valuable. I think that, I don't know what this collaborator site is. I think I forgot to replace it, but yes, that's moving. Oh, this is what I was going to say. If there is an intro twist, this is the greatest opportunity to consider it from a meta game level, okay? I'm sitting here, and there's this gorgeous woman named Ainsley, and she's asking for us to vote her into the house. Why would a producer, what makes her special? What was her casting experience like? Why are we voting in a player that's not a returning player? That's weird. She says in her speech that, like, if you vote yes, like, there's a benefit, and if you don't, you're gonna regret it. If a woman asks to enter your house, say yes. Obviously, you vote yes. My suspicion of Ainsley was that she was going, so I knew it was AI. AI was the theme of the season. And so what I straight up said in the diary room was, my guess is that Ainsley is going to be America's player, where people submit votes and it will go through an AI algorithm to choose, like, the optimal decision. And so by voting for her into the house, like, you get the opportunity to see how America is feeling about the players in the house. And so you can, like, figure out based off the decisions and the way that she's moving, you can figure it out. She then ends up being a murder robot program. If we voted yes, it's the same exact outcome, I feel. Instead, we just had someone pushing the plot, which is still fine. Let's talk for move-in, choosing your room, okay? So if you're a have-not, this is where you're at. Also, if you're in the have-not room, consider the fact that they can very likely hear you in the HOH room. She should have gotten more money for saving the world. What's up, Tim Gross? They have a floor plan? Yes. I have this in my binder of my Big Brother binder, but the HOH room, if you win HOH, we'll talk about that. That's a whole nother thing, but these are the rooms that we're looking at. You have the pedal room. What did Jared tweet and then delete? I would love to hear this. Please share that. I've heard that it's either the pedal room or the rock room, right? It's the scary room? Yeah. He said his brother was going on the family visits this time. That's hilarious. CBS don't want him for real. Yo! CBS hates him! No. Yes, I've heard that it's the scary room. That's the room that I put myself in. The scary room and the pedal room are the same thing because of the door. Because this door was in the center. And so the idea was, oh, you're screwed. Because like if you're scheming over in this, oh, let me do it on here. There's this middle door. And so the idea was if you're scheming here, Tom, I noticed that too. But if you're scheming here, middle of the route, right? The idea here is you open this and you could be like in the corner, just hanging. You can get further away from the door where people's listening. My house is a little set up differently here, but you want to either be in the scary room, the pedal room, or the rock room. The rock room is because they moved the door. Then you had this corner where you could do all the scheming you want in this corner and people will not hear you. And they're comfortable beds, so it like gives off the illusion, whatever. This room is fine. If you want to sleep well, I didn't sleep talk in this room. And I think it's because it's like the lights were kind of on, you can kind of see whatever. These rooms actually get dark. Just figure out who you want to live with. You know, if you see a familiar face and you see them go in the pedal room, I think that there's power in asking permission. Hey, is it okay if I sleep in the bed next to you? Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you. The Power Ranger room is 80,000 times better than the Have-Not room. Well, yeah, probably the Power Ranger room is probably the worst room, just because on a meta level, you're at least building a relationship in the Have-Not room with 3 other people. This one, you're just kind of like, there's no scheming rooms, you know? But you can watch, like, Angela sleeping here, and she was so annoyed and frustrated that, heaven forbid, Quinn and Leah stay up, and then we're sneaking into the pedal room, you know? Where she's just, like, rolling her eyes, you know what I'm talking about? You are able to see a lot from here. So... and you can hear through this wall. If people are speaking from their diaphragm, if they're doing anything but whistling, or whispering, not whistling. If you're doing anything but whispering, you'll be able to hear through this wall. The best room, in my opinion, from Big Brother 26 was the rock room across the greater Big Brother landscape. This is, we made a snow penis, the soccer team. And we did it at the wrong house. Let's see. Yeah, we were gonna do it at our friend's house. Here's John Selesky of John Selesky Barber Services, cutting hair. With a gun. Well, we made this gigantic snow penis. Because we thought it would be a fun team building activity. And then this was like right before I went into the Big Brother house. My friend Max got married, so we're at a wedding. This is from high school. My friend PJ made this. and it was like, you'll always have friends, and it had like our thumbprints with the color of our colleges. And then my sister drew this of me, and I thought this was fun. Brooke, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. If you're a newer viewer, please follow. It's free and it helps me out. But yeah, that's something that I brought into the sequester that I thought was really smart. Just the opportunity to reminisce with all your pals. I got that at Goodwill. Super easy. Color suits were made for you. Thank you. I love a maroon suit. Okay, next up we're going to talk about the difference between an alliance and a relationship. No one has messaged me about being a contestant, and I don't know if I'd believe them. Okay. So early on in the game, the best thing you can do is form relationships, and that's for your long-term game, is relationships. For your short-term game, you need to form alliances. And so when looking at an alliance, you have to consider where you're at in the hierarchy. If you need to put a name on it, because this is Big Brother and we have a TV show to produce, and it is our responsibility as fans of the show to offer tangible storylines. You know? The names is such a massive part of Big Brother's culture, and it really grinds my gears when I hear, yeah, we had an alliance, but it didn't have a name. Because it's like, oh, okay, so you didn't care about the show. The Outcasts, that doesn't sound like a fun name. Yes, 100%, Daniel. Because think about it, that's the relationship that Rubina had with Chemo and T-Core. They flipped on a majority alliance. Even name your final twos. And you have to consider who is to gain, like, who's gaining the most by being a part of this power structure. They did not have an alliance name. I don't know what they were busy doing, but I asked. I was like, what was the name of your final three? Oh, we didn't have a name. We were just hanging out. Madison, hi, how are you? I called them the Power Three, you know? Yes. I just assumed that they would have their own independent name, you know? When you consider who gains the most from this, so like Kenny approaches me with the proposal of an alliance. He gains way more by strategically aligning with me than I do with him. And unless he, on the off chance, not even an off chance, he's a really good competitor. As long as he doesn't win the HOH, and an alliance with Kenny isn't exactly the most beneficial thing for my game. You should still say yes. In Big Brother, we are in the business of saying yes. That was the alliance where it was like me, Kennison, Tucker, Cedric, and Cam. It was just like an all men's alliance. So it would probably be called like the Fellas or something. Dudes Club, you know, like, I don't know. It would have been horrible. But we're in the business, da boys. Power structure of an alliance, brains, beauty, and brawn. That's a great idea. But I say yes to Kenny because it is way weirder to say no to an alliance in Big Brother, because that means you must be working with someone else. And if you're not willing to be like, yeah, I think we should work together, then, and you say no, then why would I ever protect you? Why would I work on your behalf? That's confusing. That's weird. Tucker did that, and he was left out of a bunch of power structures, which is then why it's like he's mad at me because I had other alliances that he was in, and he's butthurt, and then he's like, I'm not included in things, therefore I'm mad at everyone. Specifically, I hate Quinn's guts. And it's like, well, you said no. You literally said no. So like, what are we talking about? It was weird. And then he was able to win competitions and force people to want to work with him, which is a different conversation. But I say yes to Kenny, but just because now I'm in an alliance with Kenny and eventually we're going to meet up and christen the ship with a name, I am still far more aware that I have much more to lose than he does. So I'm not going to feed him as much information as he probably wants. You kind of have to be a bad ally. You also need to be able to identify, don't worry, we'll get into it. Honestly, ignore the goal and outcomes. Okay, we're just talking alliance and relationships. But, so the idea is, sometimes your alliance is built on, I need to offer emotional support. Sometimes your role in an alliance is to offer insight of, hey, I'm not really that close with this side of the house. Think Jared and Suri. Jared was able to leak information over to Suri that she otherwise would have to work harder to attain. It's that same breath is confirming your suspicions. Are we hearing the same lies or truths? Is it conflicting? Which do we think is more likely? Every alliance has a different goal. Or a different need from you, and you need to consider how much that takes away from your game. I was happy to offer emotional support to Angela. It's like, fine, I guess the 25-year-old will do that for the 50-year-old. Like, that's okay, and I can work with that. But if you aren't getting anything out of it and it's putting you in worse situations, then you need to free yourself from that burden. So Kenny, I'm not going to give him as much information as he would like. Lisa would be like, we need to check in every day for our alliance of me, you, T-Core, and some fourth mystery person. And we need to do debriefs every day. Daily downloads. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving you my hard-earned information when you are giving me tainted information, because she just didn't have a good view of the house's landscape. I miscalculated. I gave so much information to T-Core and Chemo because it wouldn't make sense for them to not work with me because I was being such a good ally. It still blew up in my face. And so I think that you should be considerate about when you fully put your foot on the gas of if you're going to be a good ally or a bad ally. It's okay to exist in limbo as long as you are constantly working to grow your relationship. Have fun, vulnerable conversations with people where you get to know them on a deeper level. And then when it comes to alliances, there is such thing as of having your hand in too many cookie jars. I had 6 final twos. 69 viewers, nice. I had 6 final twos. And that's too many. That's too many. It's straight up not healthy. Reminds me of Tyler in season 20 TBH. Yes. Imagine if Tyler got exposed in front of everyone for having those final twos, then it's like, well, now it's even more difficult to suss out which one was ever real. And so if I were to play Big Brother 26 again, I would still work really hard and have those important conversations. Which final two? Initially, I was going to be like 76% loyal to Angela. And in my opinion, that's as loyal as I would ever be. She ended up being crazy. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do this. Chemo, I felt like had legs for us to really work together. I told him about the upgrade because he was so scared of like the future of like he's going to be put on the block. I felt like he was vulnerable. 100%, Brianna. I'll share a story. I know I've talked about it before, but Chemo, I was prepared to be loyal to until thanks, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. I thought Chemo would be a good person to invest in because I felt like he and I had connected. He attached to T-Core, and then I knew we were out of the running. And so then the best thing I would have is a final 3, and it is what it is. I was happy because I love T-Core. I don't think it's actually Brooklyn. And so then Joseph. I liked talking about the game with Joseph, but I was always aware that he was going to stab me in the back. But I thought that I could be more mask off with Joseph, but I don't even know, like, you know, where that was going. Cedric, we had a final 2, and it felt like that was an attempt to try to control me. He brought up Cody and Derek. He said, you know, we've got that thing where we're both from Oklahoma. It really felt like, he knew that I was a little bit not as committed to the Pentagon. And then as I'm leaving the room, I see him look to the cameras like this. And so I was like, oh, it's fake. And so I was loyal to him in the aspect of like, you know, hey, we should be smart, you know? But he was playing dumb the whole time. I don't know if he's playing, but he was just like really playing up this dumb persona. And I was just like, this isn't fun to work with, you know? Oh my God, dude, I could start crying. I was like, his eyes are the only ones that have seen what mine have. Ah! Oh my gosh. Quality Control was a gas name. And I remember I was apologizing to his mom in the diary room. I was like, someone tell his mom, I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't want it to be like this. Oh my God, I could get emotional. That really hurt. That really hurt because where we're from, dude, is like, it's not good. Like, you know, no one wants to be from Lawton. No one wants to be from Marlowe or Duncan. I'm telling you, I'm poetic. And I would say I ended up being the most loyal to Leah because I felt like we both were at the end of our route, you know? It felt like we didn't have a lot of great options. And I felt like if we both commit to this super hard, like it's way better than if we're going against each other. She kept selling me out, which is annoying. But it was also like that made her look worse, which then as her ally, I'm like, bro, you trying to throw me under the bus is not working, and it's making people not like you. Please stop. And then it's never stopped. But I would say I was probably the most loyal to Leah because I felt like we gained the most by being loyal to one another. I would have loved our challengers like thruple to become a thing. I wanted it to be called Scorched Earth. Really cool. But by that point, Joseph was always going to sell me out. You know, he told me that I was the only person that could beat him in the house, which he thought was a compliment. It made me identify, wow, you're telling everyone else that you would beat them and you lose to me. If you win the final HOH, you're not taking me to the final 2. So why, you know, that's a little strange, but that's what he told me. He has a very interesting perspective of the game, you know? Very interesting. But all the same, naming those final twos was the problem. I think that you should, as long as you're not the one suggesting it. I, for example, had a final two with Rubina and Joseph. I formed those because I hadn't been called to the diary room that day, and I was annoyed that I wasn't getting screen time. So I went to Joseph. I said, I think that we should solidify something. I really trust you. I really like you. He tells me he's a super fan. I'm like, no shit. Duh. And then mine and Rubina did not have a name because it literally got exposed the very next day because of Tucker. And then we're like, okay, we're in this together. It's time for bed. I'm talking to Chemo, T-Core, and Rubina. Chemo and T-Core go into the bathroom. I look at her and I say, if we're going to do this, the underdogs, I think that you and I should work together because I know that they have each other. And so I'd like to know that I have you. And she's like, okay, perfect. I was like, let's do this thing. We form our final two. I get called to the diary room 5 minutes later. And I'm like, oh, that's what it takes to get some attention around here. Yes. If they approach you about a final two and you workshop an idea, oh my God, I have no idea. I should text Rubina that. I'll figure out, hey, imagine Tucker doesn't yell at me and we have the underdogs, and that I would have actually been loyal to the underdogs. Yeah, Star, I don't want you to go to war either. I know. She told me, dude, Daniel, she told me that she was questioning everything that we had ever discussed. And I'm like, holy shit. I was like, oh my God. When she was alleging that the only reason I worked in the pedal room was to leak information to the dudes, and it was just like that I'm a fake feminist. What the fuck? I was like, oh my God. It got too real too quick. And I was just like, are you serious? And so that's why I can never trust her. I was like, she just told me to my face that she is questioning everything we've ever talked about. And then it's like, what are you saying in the diary room? Cut to her being in the diary room. I like Quinn. I think that we should work together. I thought she was placating me the whole time. It made no, I'm not kidding. That was the most heartbreaking thing I've ever heard in my life, because I went into the house like saying, I don't want to work with the alpha dude bros. I want to work with the women. Like I can't do an all dudes alliance. Like I want to work with women. I get along with women better. Like, please. And then to have that thrown in my face over me not telling her about the upgrade, that was crazy. Like, if you're on Big Brother 27, even if you feel that way, there has to be a softer way to have that conversation, because that is a lot to put on someone's plate. And luckily, like, Rubina and I have like a lot of like, we're good conversationalists, so we were able to work past that. But I always had in the back of my mind, she's placating you. She's never had power. And so I know, like, I don't know what she would actually do. She's just talking. She's doing exactly what I would do, is I would be like, no, we're cool. We're cool though. Like, we're cool. I would never say whatever unless it was to have a real vulnerable conversation where it's like, I'm not going to lie to you. It really hurt my feelings. And once again, vulnerability. This is the relationship aspect. Being vulnerable with someone is important because, number one, there's a lot of strategic upside. You were doing it with Tucker. Literally, I'm telling Tucker, hey, we're still boys. I love you, man. I want to make this work. Like, let's go. And I was convinced if she won HOH, she would target me. It made too much sense. It was so funny. But being vulnerable with the people in your house is so important for my BB27 people. Steely Speckle, what are you talking about? You're getting the call for BB27. Pack your bags. It's important to build relationships, and those are built on vulnerable discussions. So on a meta level, those hard conversations of like, tell me about your parents, like, who's your best friend? If, let's say when you die, you enter a room of everyone that you've ever met in the history of your life, who are you gonna go talk to first? Asking those like deeply important get to know you questions is important because now you know someone better outside of the game framework. Especially early game, everyone is putting on their best behavior. Angela was a completely different person than who she was for the rest of the game for the first couple of days. Assume that it's a facade and the mask will slightly fall. Until then, your job is to act in just building relationships, and the truth will reveal itself, you know? So on a meta level, that's really important. But that sounds really manipulative. So I want to make a disclaimer. Vulnerable conversations are the backbone of your experience. And so as someone who, I feel like I had a decent number of deep conversations, I wish that I had more. Because that's what, like, that's the real stuff that your relationship is built with. Should I lie about trauma? No. But you should be open about it. Well, you can lie about trauma if you want. Like, get your money. But it's just like, understand the weight. You know, there's certain things that maybe you shouldn't, you know? Honestly, Ella, like, maybe not like a lot, but you should open it, and you should, in life, wear all these things on your sleeve and be willing to share with others, because as someone who doesn't talk to a lot of people from my season, ever, I'm a black sheep. That conversation with Matt was phenomenal and exactly what I needed. That's the first time, like, you know, and I have a feeling that it's because I failed at building relationships. And so I would say, if you're on Big Brother 27, if you want to have a strong game with a relationship that is so much stronger outside of it, you need to have those vulnerable conversations for it to last. Brooklyn was the best at this. Okay, don't trauma dump, you know? Gracie, thank you so much for joining. The VOD will be up. I'll edit this down into a YouTube video. It'll still be ridiculously long. I have so many other slides and thoughts to share, but this is me giving everything I know and understand, like, for Big Brother. Like, trauma dumping has this idea of like, you're just tossing out, not baggage, but you're just tossing out all the pain in your life and forcing others to carry it. Once you have a good relationship with someone, that's when you can trauma dump, and then it feels like you're not just giving it, you're sharing it. And so that's what I would say, just on a personal level. But I just think that Brooklyn was so intentional about talking with what's up, Bo? It's like, she was so intentional with the Pentagon of like hard-hitting questions for the sake of conversation. And to me, it felt like, okay, we're just trying to build the team. Like, you know, once again, I was a college soccer player. We did this. I can remember my freshman year. I could get emotional talking about it now, but I remember my freshman year, we were locked in a room with the windows blacked out, and our assistant coach made all of us share like the hardest thing that we've ever experienced in our lives. And I remember one of my teammates sharing that his 18th birthday was the same day that his grandfather died, and that the one birthday gift he got was his grandfather's gravestone. And when that shared, that guy like wasn't fitting in the best with the team. He was another freshman. When he shared that and it offered context into the way he behaves and acts, after that, you have an allegiance to someone because you know what they've been through. And so I would say, it was extremely difficult, and seeing his emotional reaction, it was like, this is a guy who's he's not good at soccer. He's actually put a lot of us in danger because he's not good, and he's going after balls way too hard. And it's just like, after that happened, it's like he might be our crazy person, or he might be crazy, but he's our crazy person. And so then when he's getting kicked out of like baseball parties, the whole soccer team is leaving because that's our guy. We may not agree with what he says, but there is unity and understanding where someone comes from. And so as you're building these alliances, I think it's so important that you have something that's real with it. And you'll have the opportunity to stab everyone in the back. You'll have it. And I hope that you do, because that's the most fun thing in the world. But make it hard for people to vote you out, you know? Not everything is about game. Just because you're left out doesn't mean it's the end of everything. When I heard about the 5 Points Alliance and that Brooklyn was a part of something without me, I didn't freak out because I was a part of things without her. And she's a gamer. So like, you can have a professional relationship where you look at each other and you understand we're different. Like we're playing, like, you know, we're not perfectly together. But that's important because we need to work together. As long as you're not worried that they're going to stab you in the back, it's okay to let them fly. I remember Angela watching me like a hawk in the first week, where I was able to connect with people and I was being my quirky self and building. Thank you, Brianna. It would suck finding out that your alliance are the fake ones. Yeah, but every alliance is fake until someone receives powers, you know? But Angela would see me connecting with other people. Every time I had a conversation with Matt, she is staring at me as if I've just murdered her firstborn. And it's like, from my perspective, it's like, bro, you're stressing me out. I'm cooking with this guy because then if he's going after you, I can influence him again because I was the reason why Matt and Kenny didn't take out her group in the first HOH. It's like, let me, like, if you have a real relationship and it makes sense for both of you, who gains the most from this power structure? If you are both very obviously benefiting from this like relationship, especially early on, let them fly. Do not put anyone on a leash, because then they will resent you and utilize those relationships and the dirt that you've shared to send you home. Time is lighter fluid, so allocate accordingly. Staying up late is one of the greatest things that you can do to connect with people. The more time you are with someone, the more time you spend with someone is more time that they're not spending with others. So that's why I say allocate accordingly. If you are investing yourself too much into one relationship, that means you're weakening the other ones. And that was apparent to the Pentagon, where they were a little worried that I was too close with Chemo and T-Core. And that's because I didn't do a good job of allocating my time. That was my own personal baggage of like, I felt like they were just the cool kids, you know? I got to know them later on, and I would have loved to connect with them on those levels. But if you just can invest time hanging with someone. Oh my gosh, Gracie, I love that, and I hope it happens. Or I can't wait for it to happen is what I'll say. But yes, allocating your time is a direct result or directly impacts the connections that you have with others unless you are perfectly meshing well. Like T-Core and Chemo could have spent 0 time together and they would have been on the same wavelength and it would have been way better for their games. But instead they did this and they cut everyone else out. I remember Chemo telling me, you know, we probably shouldn't hang out so much so that people think that we're not working together. It's like, okay. And then he's still spending every waking moment with T-Core. And it's like, oh. Okay. Cool. Those natural relationships that you build, like Chemo was my point of comfort. I saw him, him being from Hawaii reminded me of my friend Jace, who's from Hawaii, and I knew, here's Jace and Christy. I knew that Jace would want me to work with Chemo because they're from Hawaii, and there's a huge sense of being from of community from being from the state of Hawaii. And so, and he reminded me, guys, that in my fraternity, like, and so I would go up to him and talk to him. I think that they are, that sounds familiar. I don't know if I can't remember. But Chemo was that person that I felt close connecting with. And that's why those relationships, like, there's going to be natural vibes, but you have to go out of your comfort zone to try to connect with people, but always know where home is, you know? And it's that same idea of your relationship is not the only one, and that's okay. I was connecting with Matt. That really bothered. I think that it should, I'll upload it on YouTube. I'll upload it on YouTube. Yes, it is so funny. Seeing them do one-on-ones. How much did you watch previous seasons / BB Greats help in the game? I'd love to make it on Big Brother someday, but there are so many different strategies that seem to work, obviously with a level of luck mixed in. I would say, you're making me nervous, Ella. That's a great question. Hold on. So in terms of like watching the show, I don't think that at a certain point you get it. Like at a certain point you understand. No. This is good. At a certain point, you understand the logic of the game. At a certain point, it's like, okay, if you win the veto, this is probably what you should do. Oh, shit. Fucker. Yeah, that shit's gone. Fuck. Do we know if someone uploaded that on YouTube? Hopefully they did that. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. BB Twitch archives. Okay, let me. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, we're good. Did you just pull up what I think you did? Yep. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Awesome Blossom. No one freak out. We got this. Let's get back to work. So, at a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, you know all the information. I watched every season beforehand just because I love the show, and I felt like it would help me connect with other super fans to have all the lore. And I also knew how annoying Big Brother Twitter is, and if I'm, you know, like, I'm not familiar with Big Brother 9, people are gonna like be like, he's not even a real fan, and they're gonna resent me for it. No, Ella, this was good. And so for me, it was super important that I watch almost every season so I'm knowledgeable, and that helped me connect with the super fans. It got me excited for this experience. And then for the recruits, I feel like it gave me this sense of authority on the subject matter of Big Brother. So if I'm giving you advice, if I'm weighing in, you should listen to what I have to say because Quinn's knowledgeable about the show. But yes, your relationship is not the only one, and that's okay. If you trust your bond with someone, you should be able to ask questions of like, hey, I saw that you were talking to Mackenzie earlier. How did that go? If you are showing that vulnerability, number one, you're getting tea from another player. I didn't watch season 1 now. Oh, yeah, Daniel. I didn't remember any of that stuff coming out. So I'm like a casual fan, technically, because I've only seen the edit of like all these seasons. That's probably why I like Jace Wyrie. I'm sure if I watched the live feeds, I wouldn't be a Jace Wyrie fan. I don't want to know because I think he's fun on the show. But, you know, it's like, it is what it is. But by trusting that your relationship is just stronger than the relationship they have with others, and you can ask probing questions of, like I said, hey Daniel, I saw that you were talking to Mackenzie earlier. Did that like go well? Are you getting like good vibes? He shares his real opinions of her, shares information. Now I am more likely to reciprocate that. And then it's also telling me, it's giving me the green light. Okay, this is someone I can share. No, this is good. Me and Daniel are connecting over our relationship with his relationship with Mackenzie. He's sharing the tea. And then I'm sharing, yeah, I talked to Ella earlier today. And this is what they said. They like you. That's good news. Like, good news. Ella told me that they like you. So if we keep working on that, I think that we could like solidify something with them, and that puts us in a position where now they're advocating for us to get across closed doors, and that's only better for us. And then we're bonding over tricking Ella into whatever. It's like the Crow Boys. I wanted to form an alliance called the Crow Boys with Chemo, myself, and Joseph, because Joseph I knew would jump on the opportunity. I thought it was funny to get him to agree to be in an alliance called the Crow Boys, because it's a terrible name. And then it's like he thinks he's in a better position. We might be able to get more information from him. And then we don't really share shit with him outside of it's just being funny, being in a fake alliance. Chemo then says that we should be called the Crows. And I was like, oh. Crow Boys is kind of the punchline there of a terrible name. But it is what it is. The first HOH, is it worth winning? The answer, yes. 100%. Outside of the fact, the one negative thing. Oh, Madeline, that's crazy to hear. I hate that. Why are we... Oh my. I think most people are capable players. The one bad downside is that, that's wild. That's scary. Thanks, Madeline. The one downside is you're up in the HOH room. It's like you don't get your bed in one of these rooms. Hedge your bets. Find a room or find a bed in here. As HOH, how do you even know who to trust? Well, at that point, you can trust everyone because people are willing to sell their soul to not be the first evictee. People are going to remember that you didn't put them on the block. They're going to include you in things in the future because they included you when you were the most vulnerable. And all you have to do is reserve your bed in whatever and then be like, I hope that that bed is still there when I get back, you know? Oh my gosh, Bella, that's scary. But I think that the first HOH is worth winning because it's a house vote. You have the opportunity to build, like, how do you know who to trust? That's where the relationships come in handy. Angela should have formed an alliance. It feels like a slippery slope. Okay, I guess you should ask yourself before going in, are you Angela and or Frenchie where you're going to crash out? Oh my God, why? As long as you're not Frenchie or Angela, I feel, or maybe Devin. Was Devin the first HOH that week or that year? I genuinely believe that the most mid player of all time will be able to win the first HOH and it doesn't impact their game negatively. And the reason why is because you form your final, you get your final 4, okay? I think 4 is a great number, very flexible. You lock in. And these are the people you have the best relationships with. I guess. I get statistically, but I'm telling you right now, if I enter Big Brother 27, I want the first HOH. Unless you're me, right? Like, I felt comfortable. Like, I felt kind of comfortable with everyone, but, the first HOH is scary. I don't know. I would have loved to win that first HOH, and I put up Kenny, Angela, and Lisa. That's the easiest shit in the world. You found out how to reply? That's awesome. I think that winning the first HOH is worth it. No one cares. No one cares. Like, if you won the first HOH, as long as you're not... Who's Zarina on when Lisa wins the veto? Okay, let me think. I was getting fucked vibes from Cedric. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, straight up, I might have nominated Yeah, I would nominate Cedric, bro. I would nominate Cedric 100%. And here's why. I did not trust him in his morning hugs. I did not trust his morning hugs. That shit felt so fake to me. I did not trust him. Angela's so winning the first AI arena. No, dead ass. Oh, Mackenzie. Or, well, no, Mackenzie and Matt were still chill. No, Madeline. When I tell you, Tucker would talk so much shit about Cedric and his morning hugs. And I was sitting there, I was like, I agree, bro. It pisses me off every time. Because, you know, I'm not a physical touch person. Every time, come here, Quinny, hugs me, I'm like, this fucking guy. This fucking guy. Oh my God. Fakest shit ever. It's so funny, bro. So probably Cedric goes home. Because I'd just be like, and at that point I would have the numbers. Honestly, morning hugs to Johnny Bananas is crazy. CT is like a teddy bear, you know. I don't know what he's like on the show, but he's a big boy. So he's just, oh, thanks, kid. How close did I get to winning the first HOH? I was like 3 rounds away. I was really bad at this sliding thing. I threw it too hard every single time. So I was not close to winning that first HOH. But I think that if you can win the first HOH, or even get deep in there, like Kenny had a really good strategic call when it's Leah, Angela, and himself. He tells them, if I win HOH, I'm not putting you on the block. Leah agrees with that. Leah would have probably put me on the block, TBH. Just being real. And he makes that deal with them. They all agree. And then Angela goes back on it and puts him on the block. He was super pissed. He was so hurt. The first veto win is great, too. I will say that. That is a great place to be. But I just feel like on a normal season with 2 nominees, winning that first HOH is great because you get the opportunity to pick the team. Who do you feel the most comfortable with? For my season, if I win first HOH and Angela isn't crashing out because she's scared to go on the block, I probably pick myself, Chemo, T-Core, Brooklyn, Leah, Chelsea. I liked Matt. I'm a little nervous about Matt. Because Mackenzie gave off cool girl vibes. Little did I know I would end up adoring Mackenzie. Oh, I'm super excited to see Big Brother 27. I think that they'll bring back the AI arena. For sure. For like the first 4 weeks, probably. I probably formed the Misfits. McQuincy was real to me too. When she was getting like cuddling, I was like, you know, she would get like physically closer to me. I was like, she was the one person where I felt very comfortable, like physical touch. It was like her and Leah, and Chemo. But I would have picked the Misfits alliance, you know, the underdogs. Like, that makes sense to me. I just think that if you can win the first HOH, you can do it in a way where, I hate the phrase blood on your hands. That's what I signed up for. I want to get as much blood as I can. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth winning because you get to choose who your core alliance is. You choose the pic of you holding onto Chemo's arm while Chemo and Leah look judgmental at the camera. When was that? When was that? I know what you're talking about. I'm like, yes, Misfits, because Misfits was copywritten, you know? But sorry, Ella, getting blood on your hands to me is what we signed up for. That's the point of the game. That's the exciting element. I can't wait to be the reason someone went home. No, you're real. You're real, Bella. All right. And so I feel winning that first HOH opens way more doors than it closes. If you feel like you are socially connected with everyone in a non-threatening manner, feel free to throw that first HOH. But any amount of uncertainty, you should absolutely jump on it to win the first HOH. From my perspective and on my season, Angela was in a great position to set up a majority alliance. I believe the backbone of early Big Brother and staying is being a good housemate. And while I was lied to very rudely, by the way, being told, yeah, people feel like you're not picking up the... Brianna, thank you so much. When I was told that people were talking about me being a bad roommate, that's bad. You do not want to be seen as a bad roommate. You know, I was told that people say I don't clean up after myself. That was just one person trying to make me feel small. But being a good housemate is so important. If you are not able to, thank you, play big but live small, come on. I'm telling you, I was made for reality TV. I'm quippy. Joseph told me that. Maybe Tucker was just talking shit about me to talk shit. But like, from what I've gathered on Twitter, was that it was really mean for Joseph to say that because yes, Lisa was on the block because she was such a bad roommate. An early game, like putting glitter on people's stuff and things like that, cooking, and you're not consulting what everyone wants to eat, which is zoomed out such a dumb thing to complain about. She's cooking for us, but it was the fact that like we only have one stove, we only have limited dishes. If you want to cook for people, get like 6 or 7 people. What do we want to eat? Oh, you want me to cook a spaghetti dinner? Okay. Go around and use that as a tool to connect with people. Hey, I'm cooking for the following people. Do you want me to cook for you? I'm making spaghetti dinner. If someone polite like me or Rubina say, no, it's okay, I want you to be that loud friend. If you're a good chef, and be like, hey, look at me. Do you want me to cook? I would be happy to do it. And then it's like, yes, okay. Make sure that it'd be like, you're not a burden. If you want me to cook for you, or if you want to eat my food, like, please let me know, I'll make extra. And then that's where you get into a cycle where you're cooking for the house once a week. That's being a good roommate. If you're just cooking for people and it's things that they don't want to eat, and then you're using up the cooking supplies, you're using all the clean dishes, that's grating to some people. If you leave your clothes everywhere, in real life, I set my stuff down and it goes everywhere. I just take up the space that I have. In the Big Brother house, shrink as small and teeny tiny as possible. You want to be as small as you can. Do not leave your stuff out. Offer to do laundry for people. I did laundry for Cam like 4 times. I'd be like, and then he'd be like, oh, you're doing laundry. Can I toss some stuff in there? Like, hey, you're doing your laundry. Can I toss some in there? Yeah, of course. Is there anything that you don't want to go in the dryer? Even if you know the answer is no, even if you know that Cam doesn't own anything that can't go in the dryer, double checking with him, especially publicly, is reinforcing the idea that you're a thoughtful, kind person. I would knock on the door before entering no matter what. The amount of goodwill that I feel that I generated naturally, it gave an idea of who I was to my core, and that was genuine, right? Like, I don't want to barge into the room. Like, I feel like you should always knock on the door before entering. What if someone's not decent, right? And so it was like a benefit that a natural thing for me gave off this vibe of Quinn's a sweet person. And so knocking on the door shows that you're not scheming. Asking, hey, I'm about to put stuff in the dryer. Is there anything that you should be worried about? You're building a positive reputation for yourself. Something that I have always done to build friends is, I did this in college. Oh my gosh, thank you. I love Cam. And that makes me happy to hear that Cam was talking about how much he likes me. I love that guy. He's a good person. He's so nice. But something I started doing in college was, and this works especially with the ladies, you know, I would always go up to the women's soccer team and it would be like my favorite people, like Henny C and like, you know, Maddie G. Like, I would be like, hey, is it okay if I sit next to you guys? And then they're like, yeah, of course. I do that like with people I've known for years. Like my best friends, I ask, hey, is it cool if I sit next to you? Yes, of course. Oh my God, Daniel, I saw that clip and I started tearing up. After the Big Brother, I saw that clip and I was like, I did stand up for Cam. And it's important to be there for people socially because showing up for people means more than anything than a strategic conversation. And so I feel like asking, is it okay if I sit next to you in the Big Brother house? You're getting people in the spirit of saying yes to you being around. You knock on the door. Can I hang out with you guys? Okay, cool. Sorry for asking. I feel really uncomfortable. And that's true. And so now people have an idea of who you are. And maybe if you're a little more aloof strategically, I mean, if it's like cool as fuck, maybe like I might get some Janky World merch because I want to have some before it dies off, you know? And so it's just like, I think that there's power in asking permission because it gets people in the spirit of saying yes when you're around. It communicates the idea that it reinforces the idea that they're including you. And then obviously consent is always important. If you want to cuddle with someone, you should ask. If you're flirting with someone, is it okay that I'm saying this? And then you open the door of like, I can stop if you want. Just in life in general, I think that there's power of reaffirming consent, and that applies to being a roommate. Can I sit next to you? Yes. Awesome. Pick up the trash. Something that I thought was really, and this is where it all stemmed. I told Joseph, I was like, hey, I want you to know, I see you throwing out the trash in the bathroom every day, the small one. I appreciate you doing that. I notice it, and I hope you know that other people notice it. Like, you're playing a good game. And then he turns it into like, oh, I'm just doing that because I'm a good person. You know, I'm just picking up. I'm not doing it for strategic reasons. And I'm like, well, you said you're like the biggest Rob Sesternino fan ever. And Rob would like gather sticks and things like that for the camp to be a good roommate. You know, I was like, I was just trying to compliment you here. You don't need to posture. Catch them doing something right. Yes. And then that's when he tells me like, yeah, everyone talks shit about you. You're a bad roommate. I am not a chef, but I'm still eating these meals that are being prepared for everyone. So it was important to me to clean the dishes because I think if Leah is cooking all day, she shouldn't have to clean the dishes. Angela, I would always clean her plate for her. Like Davon and Frank. Mm-hmm. Yes, I feel like people are way more knowledgeable nowadays about providing space and listening to people. And so I really hope that in real life, I present myself as someone that they can have those difficult conversations with. And I wanted to push that in the Big Brother house of like, hey, if I'm doing something you don't like you should have a conversation with me, you know? And that's what, as a house guest, I think that it's important that you do the same. I think that if there's a responsibility of honoring someone and trying to be charitable and talking shit about someone, understanding that that's then going to go on Twitter. And let's say best case scenario, you're America's favorite player. If you're talking shit about someone, that has authority now, and that becomes their existence in the Big Brother house. And so if you're a recruit, I think that you should be careful about the things that you say about people, especially if it's not built on truth. Like if your goal is to just talk shit about someone and that's how you connect with someone and you're throwing them under the bus, just know that if you get into personal stuff, there's a chance that the fans will think that what you're saying is true. Now Now, if someone is actually like a demon and you've talked to them like whatever, that's fine. But it's like, to me, you have to be conscious of what you're saying about people because it can take off. And I never thought that I was going to be like America's favorite player, but I still was like, just in case I don't want, you know, to ruin someone's life, you know? If they're doing something that is, you know, consequences would then impact their life, that's on them. And you should speak on what you're comfortable speaking on, but, you know, I was very careful to not talk personal shit about people, is what I mean. HOHs in general, I think the easiest cop-out is asking people questions. Who do you, if you want HOH, who would you put up? I think that HOHs are a solid way, especially early game, to solidify the type of player that you're going to be. Are you predictable? I win an early HOH. I'm asking, I have the upgrade, right? I hope that happens, Madeline, so bad. But like, when I had the upgrade, Cedric volunteered for the block. I then went to Cam and Chelsea and Brooklyn and was like, hey, this is what they said, you know, like, just a heads up. Like, you want to show that you're asking questions. Like, Cedric thinks that I should put him on the block. Do you think that's a good idea? I'm getting their consent. They now know I'm a predictable player. When I win HOH in 2 weeks, they're going to have the idea that, well, Quinn asked me my thoughts last time and it happened, so maybe this will happen. You know, like, I think that there's strength in winning early HOHs as long as you show that you are a reliable person with power. Big Brother 24, we had Michael and Turner, but they were both in relationships. And I believe Turner's bisexual. But yes, that's my perspective on HOH. Use it as an opportunity to forge your relationships. Think of an early HOH as like you're like building these relationships and you're solidifying that it's real. Everything I'm saying is real and genuine and you can trust me. And listen, when you win HOH, it's a team sport. I wanted so desperately for everyone to feel like I was in a team sport with them. Early HOHs are perfect for solidifying your relationships versus using it as an opportunity to vote someone out unless you have an enemy like I did in Tucker, in Mackenzie, and Angela. It's more valuable to build those relationships than it is to send someone home. Even if you're not going to listen to their opinion, I think you should ask their thoughts. Yeah. It was like we had the opportunity. And like that was like the last time, you know? I feel like we just need a bunch of like bisexual people in Big Brother. You know? Because you don't want to create a situation where it's like there's two gay guys. Now kiss. Now kiss. You know? That'd be awesome. We need it. We need it. Make it happen, CBS, please. But yes, look at your HOHs in the early game as an opportunity to solidify. Sick, Gracie. That's awesome. Oh, right there. Early HOHs solidify relationships. Mid-game HOHs protect yourself next week. Late game HOHs send your enemies home. You know, I think that is the most valuable thing to take away. The power of veto. You got that dog in you. Are you willing to risk it for the biscuit? I am a firm believer that if you can play the power of veto, you should thank God. I didn't get to play for the power of veto until what? Was OTEV my first veto? Week 5, because I got to do bot builders. I did bot builders. Did I do the veto? Hide and go veto. Yeah. Hide and go veto because I was on the block. They kept picking the same people. It's so annoying. And then it's like Joseph who's throwing every competition. And it's like, well, this sucks, you know? I think that there's a lot of power. And it was like, ha ha ha, funny bit. Behind closed doors, my fists are clenched and I'm shaking with rage because I wish it was me. He is a chill guy. He is a chill guy. But it's just like, man, I was so jealous that I didn't get to play in those veto competitions. Earlier, it was mentioned winning veto. I feel like as long as you're not like building too big of a target on your back, there's nothing wrong with winning a veto every once in a while. Get people to cheer for you. Socially, you want people to be happy for you when you win power. Don't shy away from celebrating and showing that vulnerability because it is so special winning a competition. It feels like you're on the top of the world, baby. When I won HOH, I could have put my fist through a wall. That's how amped up and excited I was. Everyone was hugging me. They know how much winning, like I would tell Rubina all the time, I hate losing. I hate losing. And she knew when I won, like, I wish she would have pushed harder and just been like, yo, let's mix it up. Like, Quinn, you're not where you think you are with Chelsea, Cam, and Mackenzie. There's no end game for you. Me and my power 3, you can beat it, you know? Oh yes, that's another thing. If you're there for an HOH competition or a veto, you should cheer for everyone. It is not hard to be like, woo! Yeah, let's go, Lisa. Let's go. Yeah, you got it, Angela. Let's work. Come on. Like, let's go, Joseph. Keep working. Keep working. You're like coaching people through everything. By you saying everyone's name, you're just being a good sport, fun, good vibes. The amount of rage that I felt when I'm holding onto the wall for dear life and I hear Chemo going, yeah, let's go, Tucker. Jacob Jones talking about, I have not seen that. If you send me the link, I'll watch it later. Or maybe we'll watch it after this. Boo people. I do think, what are you scared of? Consider your speeches. When you win HOH, you have to be as soft as possible in your delivery. Because there's a good chance they'll be here next week, especially with the AI arena. With the veto speeches, we don't need a monologue about how you're the only honorable, trustworthy person. Keys to success, that would be fun. I like that. Your HOH and veto speech matters because probably it's going to be super edited for the episode. But now you have the real world fallout. I think that while it comes off as disingenuous, Chelsea, for her week, she was like, you know, we're all in this together. We have another opportunity with the veto. I'm rooting for both of you. Like, let's do this thing. Like, whatever. I don't remember her speech exactly. In my head, I was like, it's crazy she's getting away with this right now. But you're in power and people are going to agree with you. My HOH speech, I really thought that my number one final 2 wouldn't use the veto on her. I drew a line in the sand, double bird it up. Let's do it. Like, let's cook. I didn't physically do this because that would have killed Angela and I would have felt so bad. But I drew a line in the sand and was like, this is my target. Doesn't work out for you. It kind of depends, Gracie, on how long the speeches are, because they don't tell you, you know, how long, whatever. My speech was pretty short. Like, the end product of my HOH speech on the episode is very close to my speech that I gave. I think that I just had one thing where I was like, it's defamation and I won't stand for it. Like, that was the only part that they didn't include. I explicitly told Leah that that's what I would have to do. I made it abundantly clear. But what's it called? The speeches matter. Tucker would go on this 30-minute monologue. Gracie, you're talking about the length. This 30-minute monologue that you know is not even going to be in the episode about he only knows thyself to be true. Everyone else is playing these dirty games and they're all pieces of shit except for him. You know, he's not saying this explicitly, but he's just posturing himself. And then you said, if you save Angela, you will be put on the block next to her and you will cut. Cut to, she goes home. I legitimately think if she's comfortable with Angela dying, I think she makes it further. Big Brother 27 is going to be so awesome, Madeline. I'm excited. Madeline, also remind me, are you comfortable with Maddie or is it just Madeline? Because sometimes I feel like Madeline, I'm talking to the queen. It's very, you know, very proper, prim, and pressed. Either is perfect. Okay, cool. I'll refer to you exclusively as Mad Dog from here on out. But it's true. It's true. If she lets Angela die, I think that, like, we go into the next week and it's like, I just feel like it's so much better for our long-term game, you know? Joseph probably dies. Because isn't it beneficial for Chelsea to put up Joseph, one of our 5, it's probably like me or Leah, and then it's like it's a 2-person nominee. So she puts up like Chemo and Joseph in that situation. Why does Mackenzie care who goes home between those two? You know? And then Joseph goes home. Maybe. There's a chance that one of the 3 goes, but it's whatever. Be considerate that your speech, people are going to talk about later on. What do you think of the nomination ceremony? And I wanted to talk shit about Tucker. He was just so good at competitions. I never got the opportunity to talk about, why are you monologuing? Like, we get it, bro. You're fishing for the edit. Like, I wish nothing more. If I could go back in time, I would punch myself in the stomach and be like, when Tucker used the veto on you, you should look him in the eyes and say, okay, so we've got the veto's been used for me. I'm no longer on the block. I just want to make it abundantly clear. This speech could have been an email. We don't need you monologuing how you're so much better than us. We get it. You think that we're garbage trash from the street. I don't need to hear about it. Thank you. Like, I wish I would have been way sassier. That probably would have increased my death threat total up a good 100 because people loved him so much. But like, I wish I would have been sassier. I just was scared to talk shit about him because I knew he was going to be AFP. And then I knew that everyone was scared of him. So then it's like, you know, everything you say is going to get back to him. So I never talk shit about his speech, but it rubbed me the wrong way. And so, yeah, be very considerate. The death threat count is very real. Yes. Next up, we have the AI arena. And it also, it just feels like, truthfully, I know right now I'm talking this big game, but I understood, hi Brianna, I understood like he's creating good TV and I'm so much I'm so thankful that I have like a good scene partner, that it's like, I appreciate that he's saying something cool and he's monologuing right now, because that's good TV. So it's like, I'm talking shit right now, but it's not even true. Like, I think looking back, I'm a little like, oh my God, he really was monologuing. Yes, it was so hard. And the grate, it was a metal grate. And so I'm a little lightheaded. I haven't eaten lunch today. So like these shorts, these are doing nothing for me in this metal grate. So it hurt my knees so bad. It hurt my knees so bad. Being on that metal grate. It was really hard. It looks like the winning meta is to go to the corner of the room and grab whatever. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not even kidding. I'm really shaky. Can you see that? It's okay. It's okay. But I am the worst person to ask about playing around the AI arena. I never figured it out. Straight up. Like, only nominate people that you're comfortable going home. If you're in my situation where you have to put up T-Core and it's like, well, that's messing up my end game. It doesn't matter. You're cooked, brother. Like, I really struggled with the AI arena. A byproduct of that is that, like, I was aligned with everyone in the house. So, like, no matter who I put up, I would have been really sad. If I lost Rubina week 4, I mean, I would have bawled my eyes out. Because, like, I love Rubina. Rubina was my friend, you know? Like, we were, from my perspective, we were pitted against each other because of her proximity to Tucker. But, like, it was so hard nominating people because I felt like I was close with everyone. I was also in a bad position. You know, sure. Did you like chat GPT that? The problem with the AI arena as well is sealing someone's fate. You never get to bury someone because everyone pull out the Chelsea school of the AI arena. We will make our decision the night of. And you kind of loosely talk about who would you like to go home, but you can never truly campaign against someone during the AI arena because if it gets back to them, you're cooked. And so it's hard. You just create loose, best option, second best option, who's off limits. And you talk about that with your alliances and you kind of agree, but don't push too hard because that was something I never did. I was like, until it was Tucker's, I was just like, what are you going to do? And for me, it was like the comp beasts were my enemies. Angela is really good at competitions. Madison is really good at, sorry, I just read your, Mackenzie is really good at competitions. And then Tucker is really good at competitions. And it was just like, it was so hard. Like, yeah, Madison the comp beast, bless up. Would you suggest having a rivalry? It seems fun. When I look back on my experience, and this is zero glaze, this is zero me trying to like further my friendship with Tucker. Unironically, having a rivalry like Tucker and I's felt special. It means so much to me that I have someone, you know, like I had my flirtmance with donuts. Like I had my flirtmance with Leah, and my game and story will always be attached to her for real, and I'm comfortable with that. I had like a back and forth with Angela. She was one of my enemies, but this was the real enemy, right? This is my real rival. I felt like Angela was like a thorn in my side. This was the real enemy. I couldn't trust him because he would have stabbed me in the back. 100%. Yes, 100%, Daniel. My problem was the guy pointed the death beam in my direction and would do nothing. Like, nothing could stop him from killing me. And so it was like, no matter, like, even when I told him about Angela and that she's trying to flip it on you. And he went and he told her, and then he was trying to advocate for her to stay. And he's like working on this blind side to send me, or to trick me. He sealed his fate. He acted that way and he went home because of it. Big dogs eat. But reflecting on the season, I'm super thankful that I had a direct opposition against Tucker. And we never hit it. I lied to his face a million times. I don't know if he ever believed me. I never believed him. But you have to say, bro, I don't even want you to go home. I want to work with you. Quinn versus Tucker was like The Rock versus Austin WrestleMania. Who's Austin WrestleMania? I'm not familiar. If you could give a little synopsis, that would be very helpful. Because I want to know if I can co-sign it. But like, in the name of TV, like when I go, oh, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Sorry. Wait. Oh. Okay, I thought Austin WrestleMania was his full name. Plus Quicker Nation, rise up. The AI arena, all I can say is be comfortable with whoever is on the block. Of those three, just know that they'll likely go home. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Those are my thoughts. 3 hours of how to win Big Brother 27. I hope that I provided a lot of insight. I know I yapped a lot, but I really think that the social game, those genuine relationships, being intentional of like what you're putting out there, I think that I provided value. I have one of the most unique perspectives because number one, I have an education in communication. Number two, I had one of the best social games in Big Brother New Era. I know that it was disrupted by Tucker, but like without Tucker, I'm crazy, you know? I'm the Dennis Rodman of Big Brother, where it's like, I'm really good at defense. I'm really good at the social game. I'm athletic. I'm good at the competitions. And then it's like, okay, was he the best offensively? No, but like, I think I'm good strategically. I just know it didn't work out, you know? And I'm willing to be vulnerable about that, but I meant more in that I'm myself, you know? If you're on Big Brother 27, you can reach out to me. Ask any questions you want. I'm not going to tell anyone. I won't even say anything until you get off the show. Yes, I had Tucker the Axe Murderer, which I think that should be his title. Is that not badass? Tucker the Axe Murderer Delorier. Like, what's his title? What's his, like, Ethanimail title? The Wild Card? I like that. Tucker clipped that Delorier. Like, I like that the Instigator. Oh, the Instigator. That makes sense. Okay. I am gonna get food. I'm, like, sweating out of, like, lightheadedness. I feel very, very weird. Suck it, deliver. Okay, this is the clip. We should watch this. I feel like I'd seen the clip. I'd heard the clip so many times. Tonight, it was like we got like this was the remix.
It was the remix. You're sick, nasty. You're incredible. You look pretty cool in yellow.
In the sound effects.
I like your smile. You treat people with kindness. You're really funny. There's a lot. It's just like
Not really
the word
funny.
sensational just comes to mind when I think about you.
This is kind of like erotic talk.
Karen, I like, but and then they got the spring. I get that is not the friend zone sound. I think they have that backwards.
Well, they
but-
thought it wouldn't be, and then Leah says, "Bam, I'm back."
Yeah,
Friend zone.
Karen, I feel like that they didn't do Quinn dirty. I feel like they did Quinn a favor.
They did.
helped this.
I mean, Rob, should we hear the real version?
Here,
Yes.
the real version is
The real one is still fire. The real one is still fire. Nails are fresh. Your nails look good. Still French. Come on.
like I'm gonna jump out the window.
Well, let's for the episode viewers. Here's the real version.
Please.
You're sick nasty.
Yeah,
You're incredible.
check.
You looked really cool in yellow.
Got it.
You reminded me of a mini.
Notice I'm not sexualizing her. That's very important. I do not objectify women. And so it's very important to me. You look cool in yellow. Bars.
Minions.
Uh-huh.
I like your smile.
Okay.
You treat people with kindness.
Right.
You're really funny. You're really funny. You're really good at cooking. Your nails look good. Still French. There's a lot. It's just like the word sensational just comes to mind when I
There's
think
a
about
lot.
you.
You're so sweet. The thing is,
It hits different.
It
That's
does.
like the acoustic now.
It is.
The acoustic version is crazy.
We really missed the minions and the wheelie.
Yeah.
Really,
That was the
we really
cringiest
missed
part.
Oh, it's cringe, was it?
Really funny.
But to some people, this like the mission that Quinn wanted to accomplish with saying sick nasty, you're sensational, you are, lovable, you're kind, all these things. It didn't work with Leah, but there's plenty of people that it could. And
I'm sorry, it didn't work with who? It didn't work with who? Check the press! Check the press!
would work for. Imagine having that in your ear and having you just lay on the bed and have to say yeah to that. Rob,
But it
I'm
has to be
taking it.
someone you don't want to friend zone.
Well, yeah, but the words alone are enough.
So
Jacob,
what?
are you saying that-
Also, this was not me like I obviously I was flirting, but this was not me like making a move. This was me committing to the bit as she's counting up. Like I do this platonically with like my friends. I like to create a list, That's the thing they're not considering is I'm just like that. Hey, arguably worse. I'm just like that,
This is gonna work on you.
Ooh. If it's you, Taryn, saying it, I think.
I want to hear all those. Run it back. Sick
Jacob,
nasty.
you're
I
sick
like you in the brown.
Mhm.
Like your smile.
we gotta
do it
go.
all.
I think
Then you have me swooned.
Yeah.
would that take a 5 to a 7, or would it take like a 5 to?
Is she the one that then said
It
it
would
was
take a
Stockholm
5
syndrome?
to a
Is it
9.
Sasha that said that about me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jacob,
Jacob
you would
wants
like
to be
you would
worshipped.
like this? You would like hearing
Every-
this?
Taryn's
Everything
into it.
Quinn said, I'm like, well, how come no one has said this to me?
Yeah.
Literally.
Leah is getting
think-
this for
Yeah.
free on the bed.
But
And I'm like, this is sick. This is
But
romantic.
Jacob,
this is what
if-
romance is.
if you did hear that though,
Mhm.
I feel like maybe people might think they might want to hear that. Many people know they don't. But I think that maybe once you hear it, then you say,
Mm.
it's too much.
Well, Rob, I feel like
I
I've
can't
heard-
respect this person anymore.
I feel like I've heard each of those words separately, just not all together. That's what gives me that.
She was counting! She was counting a lot!
I'm not even letting you have time to
I feel like I'm
let
in an
this
insane
complete.
asylum.
Bam. I've never been hit like that. Take me
Well-
away, Quinn. Take me away. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm down.
The thing is, Jacob is giving y'all a free lesson on how to get to him. Who is gonna pick this up? Because
Yeah.
he's throwing it down right.
I mean,
Somebody will
Jacob,
pick it up.
if somebody does this,
Mhm.
do you then do what they want and not use the veto?
I don't-
To be honest, it's real easy to keep my mouth shut. and giving me that will do it. So honestly, I'm
Well,
adhering.
no, stand up now.
I'm adhering to the request of the person
can't
that was
fathom the
loathing
idea.
after me in that moment. I'll give it up.
No, you just gotta do in the moment, say yes, get what you want, and then still do what you want because they worship.
And you know, I would believe her opinion because of all the reality TV shows she's been on. I would 100% listen. I'd be like, you know what? Oh my gosh, H2O, no, I love it. Shout out Jacob Jones, that's so cool. While I get food, the Magic Man is crazy. The Magic Man is crazy. Okay, so it's just this one.
Whoa. Sorry, I just woke up. I had this crazy dream.
This is my
that
goat,
I
by
was
the
in
way.
Big Brother house.
This is my
and I
goat,
just
by the
won
way.
first
Favorite
HOH.
YouTuber.
I was so excited. I was safe for the week. Everyone was coming to me to form alliances. It was great. I had this awesome
I'll be right
idea.
back. I'm gonna grab some food.
All of the women's safety. Heck yeah. And then I went and met with all the guys and promised all of them safety too. Man, I was just having the perfect first HOH. I couldn't see how it could go wrong.
I've nominated you, Kylan, and you, Alyssa.
Oh boy. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. We're in the midst of week 2 of Big Brother 23, but it feels like it's week 6 because that first week was something else. Being the first HOH typically comes with a lot of benefits. Yeah, you may set up an early target on yourself, but if you take advantage of that first HOH reign and use it to form alliances and relationships with the other house guests, you can set yourself up really, really well for the weeks to come. But sometimes, people can let the power get to their head a little bit too much, or they overplay their hand, or they come out the gate swinging way too hard and end up striking out. That's what we're going to take a look at today. We'll be checking out some of the worst first head of households in the history of Big Brother, because for some reason, I feel like this may be a relevant topic. I wonder why I think that.
And somebody else would have been HOH, and we wouldn't be parading it around the house like this.
The old guy ain't going home first this week, though.
To start off, let's look at the very first HOH ever in Big Brother 2. Mike Boogie was voted as the first head of household, and I'm just going to say that he didn't necessarily have the worst HOH, because to be fair, he was the first HOH ever, and with that, he had nothing to base his reign off of, and he had to figure out the blueprints himself. Boogie noticed Nicole to be loud and controlling over the other house guests, and saw her as a threat, and wanted her out. To do this, he nominated Nicole, and to make sure she went home, nominated Cheryl Braxton as well to act as the very first pawn in Big Brother, because Boogie thought she was way too well liked by the rest of the house to be evicted. But here's where things go wrong. After nominations, Mike Boogie wanted to align with all the cool kids in the house, being Shannon and Dr. Will, and called the alliance Chilltown. This caused the other side of the house to form an alliance directly in opposition to Chilltown called the Other People. The Other People knew they had the numbers to keep Nicole, who was in the alliance. Come eviction time, the Chilltown Alliance was thrown for a loop when their pawn and Cheryl was evicted in a vote of 5-3, and Nicole stayed in the house. In a matter of weeks, Chilltown was dismantled down to just one, being, of course, Dr. Will. I don't think this is the worst HOH, but Boogie tried to make a move and make an alliance in the first week, and both of those things blew up in his face and ended up with him being evicted in week 4. I'm mainly including it because it was the first HOH ever, and it ended up not so great. It did end up with Will winning that season, and then Boogie winning All-Stars, though, so maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
It's hot out there, we'll chill in the sun, pick me or her, we're still gonna have fun.
I hope the girls in the house are as cute as them.
I'd say that for the most part, the next 10 years of first HOHs went pretty well. Nothing too bad ever happened during the first week, and I'd say all was good. Then we get to Big Brother 14. Brittany Haynes' team won the HOH comp, and Brittany chose Willie Hantz to be the first HOH because she felt he could benefit the most from the added relationship building that comes with being the first head of household. Right off the bat, people were skeptical of Willie because they were all convinced he was related to Russell Hantz, which he was. But he wasn't telling anyone at first. He finally came clean to his team and alliance that he was Russell's brother, but it was kind of like, yeah, everyone already knew. Fast forward a little bit, Willie's coach Brittany wanted to align with Janelle's team in order to go against the male captains, Dan and Boogie, and the teams decided it'd be best for Willie to put up one person from each of Dan and Boogie's teams.
back.
During this first week, he and Terry was weeding out a lot of the other house guests and driving them crazy, and since he was on Boogie's team, he looked like the perfect choice for Willie to target.
Of Willie?
However, Boogie went on to win the coaches competition
I got a
and
bunch
decided
of
to grant Ian safety for the week. So
Check.
Willie's easy option was off
And then
the
I
table.
got
Ian has been making people a little nervous. He's been real jittery, and I felt like he had a very good chance to be nominated. Jen has really stepped up her social game, and Frank's probably the most popular guy in the house.
Still wanting to put up one person from each team, Willie went and nominated Frank and Kara. This immediately threw up a red flag to Dan and Boogie as Willie lied to both of them, and it showed Willie's and his team's cards that Brittany and Janelle were working together. So already, not a great spot when you've got half the house looking at you after just the first nomination. But anyways, Willie's initial target is Kara because if Kara was evicted, that leaves Dan with only one player left on his team. And he wants to keep Frank because he feels that Frank could win competitions later on down the line, and that could help Willie. Shane wins the veto this week, doesn't use it, so Willie's nominations stay in place. Seems like Willie could come out of this okay after all.
What is the
But then Willie starts playing mayor. He gathers all the new players together and doesn't let the coaches join, and starts preaching that the coaches are going to come back into the game and band together to leave all the rookies in the dust. By doing this, he isolates the coaches and makes them feel alerted by Willie, and he freaks out all the new players. On top of that, later on, he slanders Will in front of Brittany and Frank, and it makes Frank pretty upset. Frank then goes and tells the other house guests about it, and all of a sudden, everything takes a huge 180, and now everyone is against Willie. And he's screwed because he can't even play in the HOH to save himself the following week. Willie then proceeds to get pissed off at Frank, calling him a shady mother effer, and then screams to the whole house that he hopes everyone changes their mind about the vote, that they all evict Frank. Of course, since Willie is the most liked and respected player in the house, all the players does what he wants. No, I'm kidding. The house chooses to keep Frank, and just to put the cherry on top, Frank wins HOH. Brittany had already began distancing herself from Willie, and he knew he was screwed. And the following day, he got kicked off the show for acting like an absolute child and then headbutting Joe. Great gameplay? Not a chance. But great TV? Absolutely.
You're screwed. You're screwed. You have the whole house down there talking about you.
This is getting bull right here. But I hope you go home this week. Okay. I hope everybody changes their votes and you go home because you a shady. Kara, you are evicted from the Big Brother house.
Frank staying is definitely not good for me. I made some mistakes in this game, and I'm just going to have to deal with them.
Congratulations, Frank. You are the new head of household.
Tomorrow, Sunday. Oh.
I ain't never seen a bigger group of in my life. No, I'm not going to go out with class. He's in this bitch.
Okay, we'll do it Monday. I forgot what today it was.
You're the only I see, bro.
What's that? What'd you say? Oh, hit me! Hit
You're
me!
the only one behind me. That's so weak, shot.
Willie, go to the back bedroom.
So Willie has been removed from the game.
After Big Brother 14, we had yet another large string of seasons with the first HOHs that didn't throw away their game immediately. How boring. But once we get to Big Brother 19, we stumble upon a historically unfortunate first head of household. After Cameron was unfortunately evicted after not earning safety like almost every other person on the cast, the first HOH comp went underway with the house guests competing in teams of 4. Josh, being the big meatball that he is, said screw to his team and picked up the golden apple, guaranteeing his safety for the week at the cost of his entire team being eliminated from the comp.
That's crazy.
You want to get in there? Shut the up, Josh. You shut up. When you had to step up, you did it. So don't step up now. Shut your mouth. All right? If you want a gun from me, I'll on you. Do it.
Fast forward to the end of the comp, it's a head-on-head battle between Cody Nixon and Paul Abrahamian, with Cody coming out victorious. Cody already wasn't getting good vibes from Paul and secretly wanted to target them, but due to arising conflicts in the house, this impacted Cody's decision, and he chose to nominate Megan Lauder and Jillian Parker for eviction. Due to a genuine miscommunication, the entire house proceeded to bully and torment Megan, refusing to listen to her pleas of denial, which led to Megan walking from the show on day 8. So already, Cody had to name another nominee for eviction, and the veto hadn't even taken place. Listening to his alliance, he decided to nominate Alex for eviction, even though he didn't necessarily want to. This was later proven to be true at the veto competition when Cody rooted for Alex to win.
This is where we're at.
Now needing to nominate a fourth person.
With the Thunder?
Cody's alliance was naturally wondering who it was going to be.
This is where we're at with the Thunder. So I haven't been watching the Thunder games, and they've been winning. And so I'm nervous that if I tune in and watch the Thunder play, we'll be in a situation where they lose, and it will be my fault. So I am forced to just cross my fingers and hope to hear that we win the championship.
However, Cody shut everyone out, basically not telling anyone what his plan was. Definitely not a great move to keep your alliance in the dark during the first week, but Cody was stoic, and it wasn't seemingly out of character for him to do something like that. Come the veto meeting, Alex removes herself from the block, and Cody reveals his secret plan by nominating Paul for eviction, blindsiding the whole house. However, it seems like I forgot to mention that earlier in the week, Paul was secretly given the Pendant of Protection, keeping it safe for the first 3 weeks of the game. Once Paul revealed this to the house, Cody was pissed.
The fact that that was a secret for some reason,
this week, but for the next 2 weeks as well. And Cody now had to nominate a 5th person for eviction, all in the first week. On the spot with no time to plan whatsoever. In a split-second decision, he chose Christmas to go on the block, stating that she just got screwed. Finally, after countless nominations, Jillian and Christmas were solidified as the final nominees come eviction night, and luckily, Cody still had his alliance with him and had the numbers to send his new target, Christmas, home. Except, he didn't. By leaving his alliance in the dark about what the plan was and trying to nominate Paul, and then actually nominating Christmas, Cody lost the trust of his alliance, which caused him to break apart and crawl over to Paul's side, where Cody was then the one blindsided when Jillian was instead evicted in an 8-4 vote. Then, to top it all off, Paul won the following HOH and backdoored Cody. Although some things weren't Cody's fault, let's just do a quick overview. After winning the first head of household, his initial
Cody
target
straight up blows ass.
The person he replaced them with on the block won the veto. Then the next replacement, Paul, had safety for 3 weeks, and then his last replacement ended up staying after his alliance turned Cody
Alex's
on him.
weird
Cody had to
relationship.
nominate 33% of the house during the first week. He showed his cards and made an enemy in Paul, who quickly became the most powerful house guest ever, basically. He couldn't even nominate Josh, who I'm sure would have been a replacement if he wasn't safe. He lost his entire alliance after keeping them in the dark the whole week. His target didn't even get sent home, and then he was super backdoored in week 2 after not being able to compete in either the HOH or veto competition.
Jessica was
That
so
is what I would
insecure
call a bad
about
first
Cody and Alex's
All right, so let's talk about day one. What's going on in your head? Any not so great impressions that
Paul, I didn't like Paul right off the bat.
Why?
I thought he was loud and brash and like just, I don't know, over the top. It's supposed to be like a dig at me, Josh?
No, it's a serious question.
All right. Josh, you don't exist in my book. I'm not going to give you any more.
I'm a guest asking a question.
I'm not taking any questions from
This
Josh.
crash out is crazy. I would hate living in a house
Now
with
we're
Cody.
at the part we've all been waiting for.
No one
Big
can have
Brother
fun.
23. We start the first episode off with players entering the house
Really
in groups of 4 and competing in a smaller competition, with only the winner of that comp being eligible to compete for the first HOH. Frenchie, a 34-year-old farmer, won the first competition, and then promised the other guys he walked in with, being Derek F., Xavier, and Travis, safety for the week. As we move through the other groups and choose the teams, it's time to determine who will become the first HOH. It looks like it's going to be Christian, but his team let him down twice, and then Frenchie was able to swoop in and become the first head of household of the summer. Julie then comes on and offers Frenchie a decision. Play a third competition where you have to throw 2 dice and land them on a platform within 45 seconds. If he accepts the deal and completes the challenge, he earns an additional week of safety for himself and his team. If he accepts and loses, though, he no longer becomes HOH and loses the safety. He chose not to accept the deal, but just because everyone wanted to see it, he competed in the challenge anyways, and won it with less than a second to spare.
I thought this was
Meaning,
hilarious.
He placed an even bigger target on his back for winning his third competition.
Them doing the Julie been like, well, do you want to just try for funsies? It's so funny. It's like, well, here we, I mean, might as well, right? Like, I mean, you're here. We have the camera time. Like, that was so funny to me.
The night, and he didn't get any reward from it at all. Once the episode ends and the live feeds turn on, we see Frenchie start talking game. A whole lot of game. He makes his intentions very clear right from the get-go. No woman and no person of color will be nominated under his reign. He wants to flip the script and target the white alpha males of the house. His number 1 target is Brent, followed by Christian, and then Travis. Since Brent didn't really talk to him the first night, Frenchie is feeling good about him being the target as he goes to sleep. Then, the next morning, Brent comes upstairs to the HOH bedroom and just absolutely wins Frenchie over. Whether it was some sort of mist, or if Frenchie was feeling bad over making assumptions about Brent, it doesn't really matter, because now Frenchie and Brent are aligned. No big deal though, Frenchie can move down his list of threats, and now Christian is the target, because he displayed a lot of comp ability during the first night. Unfortunately for Frenchie, there's a new competition called the Wildcard Comp, where 3 people will compete and the winner will be given safety for the week. Of course, since Christian is Frenchie's target, and Christian is starting to feel that a little bit, he chooses to compete. And of course, he wins and is safe for the week. Now Frenchie is pissed. He likes Brent a bunch and won't target him. His big fish in Christian is safe, and he already promised Travis safety. Oh yeah, and he promised all of the women safety. And all of the people of color safety.
Low-key,
which means that Frenchie, within 24 hours of being the first HOH, has promised every single person in the house safety for the week. Yikes. Also, I should mention that Frenchie tried forming an alliance with basically the whole house on the first day, to the point where nobody in the alliance knew who was in it, because people seemingly at random were being brought in. Anyways, Frenchie had to figure out who to target now. He sees Christian and Alyssa hanging out in the kitchen with everyone else, and comes to the pretty clear and obvious conclusion that they must be in a
Makes 0 sense.
With nominations happening shortly, Frenchie took the Cody approach and didn't tell a single person who was going to go on the block. Nominations take place,
you're safe.
and yeah, you know what happened. Alyssa and Kyland were nominated, with Alyssa being the target if they both stayed on the block.
I just shouldn't have told
So much for
Joseph.
not nominating a woman or a person of color. Obviously, Alyssa and Kyland were upset and felt blindsided. Frenchie explains that he knew that Christian and Alyssa were in a showmance, and since Christian was safe, he had to go for the next best thing. Frenchie is so unreal wrong at this point that it's comical. After discussing with Christian and Alyssa, and bringing them into an alliance, because of course he did, Frenchie comes to the realization that there was a common denominator in all of the chaos in the house. Derek X. Derek X has been the one controlling the HOH and spreading mistrust throughout the house, which, by the way, is totally untrue. And just something that Frenchie tried to say to put a target on someone and not make enemies with the entire house that he just lied to. And since Travis bros down with Derek X, those two are Frenchie's new targets for a backdoor. So before the veto has even taken place, Frenchie is on his 4th target. Going into the veto pick, Frenchie wanted basically anyone but those two to be picked to play. But as Murphy's Law states, that has to happen, so it should come to nobody's surprise when both Travis and Derek X were picked to play in the veto competition. Awesome.
I do want to make it abundantly clear. Earlier in my, a previous stream, I talked about the importance of a comfortable hoodie. And you can't tell me...
But those two to be picked to play.
That...
But as Murphy's Law states,
where is it?
That has to happen, so...
Look at how unbelievably cozy my man is right now. Look at how luxurious this hoodie is. Look at how cool this hoodie is. Also, why are we twins right now? Hello?
It should come to nobody's surprise when both...
Like, look at
Travis
this.
And
it's flowing off his body. He looks great.
Derek X were picked to play in the veto competition. Awesome.
Oh my god, the worst possible.
No, literally, bro. I was like, I was Googling it. I was like, I love DX. I was calling him DX before. I'm not kidding. Week one, I told my mom, I was like, I think he should be called DX. It sold out during Big Brother 23. It had to. He was so well liked. I started the DX nickname. Big Brother 23 got it from me, low key.
The veto competition happens, and what do you know? Derek X wins the veto. Not great for Frenchie, as another one of his targets went and won safety.
Cool celebration.
Derek said he was going to use it on Kyland, and that opens the door for Frenchie to backdoor Travis. But he doesn't really want to do that because he likes Travis and promised him safety. He instead tries to get Derek X to not use the veto because he's realizing how dangerous Kyland could be, and now he wants Kyland out. After Derek X is adamant on using the veto, Frenchie toys with the idea of putting up Hannah on the block as the replacement before his alliance is like, yo, stop with the antics, just put up Travis and don't cause any more waves. The veto ceremony happens. Derek X takes off Kyland, and Travis is the replacement nomination. Not much changes over the next couple of days, and Travis is then evicted by a vote of 11-2, with Derek F and Tiffany casting rogue votes. But Frenchie made Tiffany cast that vote so he could pin it on Derek X and be safe for the next week. My goodness. At the end, yeah, you got your initial goal by getting rid of the strong white guy. But what did it cost you? Nobody finds Frenchie trustworthy. He lied to everyone, went back on his word multiple times,
I'm so self-conscious
and just
about
played
that.
like an absolute nut job. I didn't even have time to mention some of the other stuff Frenchie did, like telling 13 people that they were in an 8-person slaughterhouse alliance, or trying to start an all-women's alliance with himself in it. Even after talking about this, I cannot express the amount of chaos that was ensued by Frenchie's Week 1 reign, and I promise I missed a bunch of things in this recap. To top things off, Kylan won the Week 2 HOH. Nobody believes that the Hinky votes were Derek X. His entire Slaughterhouse Alliance threw him under the bus, and he's nominated for eviction. During his first week, Frenchie promised every single person's safety, changed the target roughly 7.
Frenchie should go on another show. I don't know what show, but he should go on TV again. Like, if David Alexander is getting calls, Frenchie should get a call. Wait, maybe I don't want that. Didn't Turner tweet something about Frenchie? Yeah. I think he was... This is crazy. I was in the TikTok live that Turner heard about French. I remember this now. Turner in a TikTok live was like, you're a teenager and Frenchie was DMing you. That's crazy. And he just tweets about it. And for a while there, that was like Turner's most recent tweet. I was there when that happened. I was like in the TikTok like live. It was crazy. Okay. For 30 minutes. What should we do? I won Fortnite yesterday. I did not win Fall Guys. Is there opinion? Thoughts? Concerns? These sour cream and onion chips are so good. Fall Guys Redemption Arc. You want balloons? We can do balloons as well. Yes. I finished my presentation. One thought I did have. One extra thought I did have. In terms of lies and deception and things like that. In the early game of Big Brother, that's not great. In the early stages, because that susses people out about you. I think that you should establish relationships with the intention of stabbing them in the back. Which I think I was cooking with that. The problem was that I got exposed for that and I, got caught. But I would say the opportunity to stab people in the back is going to present itself naturally. And so unless your team good TV, if you're trying to play this winning game, which I think is boring, did I touch on the Matrix? No. I am going to put a TikTok out about that, but the door, it's going to be there. You're going to have the chance and you'll be able to capitalize on it. But if you're trying to win, if you're playing to win, which is, you do have that opportunity. Listening, putting your ear up to the door is so awkward because it's so easy to catch you. You should know every room, you can hear everything. The walls are so thin. Best place to talk is HOH room or the backyard. I will be making a TikTok talking about rats, snakes, rats, frogs, and doves. So stay tuned for that. I should make a quiz for fun. How would I do that? I need to find someone at BuzzFeed. But yes, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope that it was educational. Oh, in the house, you know, when it comes to, like I said, if you're not cooking food, you should be doing dishes. There's a lot of opportunities to snack. I would say shy away from it. I feel like I mostly just talked about my approach to communication and the value of social game, but hopefully there was some value. Literally, you can hear through anything. Good luck to the future winner, Big Brother 27. I do demand a 4% cut. 4% is not bad after the taxes too, you know. Don't even stress. But yes, that's what I have to say about that. Next up, we'll play a little bit of video games or something. Or, we can do like, last 27 minutes. Yeah, mods, go ahead and run a poll. Yeah, just go ahead and run it. You could do the tier list. Do you want to do... I was going to do that on Monday, so we can pay more attention to it. Yeah, mods, go ahead and run that poll for me. Thank you. Yeah, we're using the title. Get people through the door. Come on. Of course, Gracie. I'm pretty ass at using chopsticks. Oh, slipping out here. Fortnite it is. Fortnite. Okay. I'm changing the category. Fortnite is what are we? Fortnite. Oh god. Oh, I just clicked the wrong thing. Oh shit. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. No stress. We only got 25 minutes left, so don't even worry about it. Okay. Shit. But yeah, it's kind of crazy seeing some of the response to my tweet, where I'm saying that I would never work with showroom travel again. People being like, he's farming for engagement. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm the only one standing on business, me and Corey. I saw the Big Brother Bible people tweeting about me, and they're like, the idea of Quinn and Corey in a shitty room is so funny. I'm like, do you think that that's why I'm upset? Wait, what? Cowboy said what? Wait. What did Cowboy say? He said he wouldn't work with the cruise. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Yes. I thought Cowboy was defending it. I was like, brother, what? The Big Brother Bible, yeah. Freak ass, like, what do you... Of course, I'll always do what's right. Like, I'll always try my best to do what's right. I felt like not speaking on the SA side of things because you know, if they're going to court, things like that. Do you work for CBS? You are plugging away. You are plugging this website more than anyone I've ever seen in my life. I felt like the SA thing is keeping it like that's not my place to speak on. If they want to speak on it, I was under the impression that they'd be going to court, which is that can mess with the results of court. I appreciated that BB Steph worked directly with them and wasn't just speaking on it and got permission. So if anyone felt some type of way of like keeping that part quiet, I don't think that's drama. I don't think that that's tea. I think it's very serious. That's so fun. But I felt like that was the right thing to do. Every day is crazy. It's like on your social media rotation. What does that mean? I mean, I like that there's no music playing. Oh shit, hold on. Ah! Oh, him checking the BB website. That's so funny. I misunderstood that. Shut up. You're gonna make me buy your Patreon. What? I was, when I tell you I was working hard. I was so catty. I was so catty around her. I was like, let's get in on it. Like, I was like, I've never been able to code switch better in my life than talking with Brittany Haynes. I was like, I know what I need to deliver here. I was like, I understand what, or I was like, I think I understand what her sense of humor is. Okay, they're shooting. That's even funnier. Not her going up the bat. Yes, he's annoying as fuck. It's like, oh, okay. That's so funny. Okay. Let's take out the trash. Oh, that's crazy. Brother, what? That's crazy to me. Cool. That's so funny. This is the best day of my life. I bet she could tell that I was very starstruck, you know? Oh. You see America frame. Wait, what? Where? I need to see this. What? Stop. That's so cool. That's so cool. I took a picture of her and Corey. I'm not kidding. I might be the greatest photographer of all time. In that moment, I was like, I was like, oh my God. I have the gift of art. Someone stop me. Hell yeah. It was like I was taking pictures and they were pretty good. She told me how to frame it, where she's like, our head should be in the middle of the picture. I'm like, okay. And oh my God, it came out so good. Right, meow. Oh, good heavens. Okay. Is that better than this? Maybe I do this. Okay. Perfect. That's so cute. Sometimes I worry that I'm bothering Corey in America. I'm always just like, yeah, you guys can tell me like whenever, like it's okay. What is this glowing? This feels like a trap. I'll be honest, I don't really give a fuck about these. Okay. That's good, that's good. But that's also them speaking in public. You know, like... You know who is great? Sophie from Survivor 49. I'm so excited to meet her and become best friends. Like, in my head, this is I feel protective of her. I'm like I don't care how she plays. I don't care how she plays. I don't care what Twitter's opinion is of her. I will go up to bat and die for her. You know what's crazy is it's like Sophie, so A, so B. It's crazy how many so's there are. Oh yeah. Survivor 49's crazy because imagine being on the season before Survivor 50. And it's like, even with like the discourse being pretty negative around Survivor 50, people are still far more excited about that. Like, it feels like they're looking past. All right, you want to cook? You want to cook? Let's cook, brother. Hey-ya! Burn in hell. I bet Survivor 49 is phenomenal. That's my bet. And you want to know why? Because Sophie's on it. Hello? I just haven't been in the Boston mode in a while, and it feels good to revisit. Oh! What's up, dork ass? Huh. God did, what's up? One-way ticket with the Lord. I'm chosen. I've been chosen as the Lord's witness. Oh. Where are they shooting from? Oh, I hate this. Nope. If they were on my level, Oh yeah, I did see that. This sub chat, bro, Instagram's so freaking busted. What do you mean I can't just have a subs only group chat? So listen, Clinton Merchant, I have a question for you. I have a question. So you're watching Big Brother 2. You witness, oh gosh, what was his name? Kent. Yeah, Kent, right? You witness him get that CBS hat. You're like shaking with jealousy. I need to make a channel on Instagram too, so I'll probably do that tonight. Sophie informed me that she was in fact a Quinn defender. And then I knew she was telling the truth because she goes, but I like Tucker too, sorry. And I was like, it's okay, I like Tucker as well. I think she's Team Fun TV, you know? It is very funny, though, that Brittany was rooting for me because I'm from Oklahoma. Because I thought that that might be a potential to connect as friends, but I never imagined that that would actually work. Graduating high school from Oklahoma has never been more profitable. What's up, buddy? Hey, friend. Hey. I needed to set... Oh, what the... How am I maintaining the Boston voice? Maybe because it's my natural dialect. Maybe that's why. I'm funny. Funny how? Funny like I amuse you? Funny like a clown? I haven't seen the end to Goodfellas, by the way. Don't let that monologue build the illusion that I know how that movie ends. Funny? Funny how? Funny like I amuse you? Like a clown? There's no Love Island? God damn it. Is it a Tubi movie? Maybe. I have no idea. They had it in Sequester, but the movie just ended randomly where he's like, I don't know what he was doing. And I had to ask Kenny. I was like, have you seen Goodfellas? He was like, yeah. And I was like, how does it end? He's like, well, my name's Sweet Kenny K. I'm from Boston. I was like, true. And then he's like, and then he says the ending that so-and-so dies. And I'm like, that was not on the DVD that I watched. Goodfellas, I watched it like right before press. And so I thought about my intro for the interview being like, all my life I dreamt of being a cutthroat Big Brother player. You know, all my life I dreamt of being a cutthroat Big Brother player. And I had my chance. And then I had watched X-Men 2, where Pyro has this line where he goes, you know those big bad mutants you see on TV? And the family, they're like, yeah. And he goes, well, I'm the worst one. And then he like has fire. I wanted to be like, you know those devious Big Brother players you see on TV? Well, I'm the worst one. But again, you never know how you're actually gonna play. And so it was like, am I so excited to lie and, you know, scheme? For sure. Do I know that's gonna happen? No, I'm not gonna get embarrassed by that. By calling my shot too big. Now that's smart. I unironically would refer to the day I get my Traders call. Traders 9, okay? Traders 9. I promise you right now, I'm calling him Nightcrawler. I swear to God. I'm gonna do it after he gives me Trader, so he can't punish me. I'm gonna be like, Nightcrawler over here is telling us that it's time to end the meeting, but you keep running your mouth. I'll probably go Boston mode, just to throw everyone off. Tom, you gotta get some rest. It is. Brittany was telling me that, Kurt? Oh my God, what's his name? Oh God, I'm Kurt Vana. No, what's his name? His full name? His German accent. Hope you don't mind me taking out the trash. Oh shit. Oh. Hey, not in your lifetime, Buster Beans. Get your money up. Kurt Wagner, that's what it is. I'm Kurt Wagner, the amazing Nightcrawler. I'm not good at a German accent unless I'm doing Kurt Wagner. I'm the amazing Kurt Wagner. The amazing Kurt Wagner. Oh, what the helly? Oh, no fuel. Oh boy. I got too excited. I have the tan, blue, and a white hat. They have the old logo on it, and a bucket one. There's a black one now. I'm rooting for you. At this point, I'm hoping that you get it. I hope he takes my crown. Oh.
Guten Tag.
Who the hell is this?
Kurt Wagner. But in the Munich circus, I was known as the incredible Nightcrawler.
Yeah, save it. Storm.
We're out of here.
Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler. It's in the at the top when you do this. Nightcrawler. You know those big bad mutants you hear about on TV? Well, I'm the worst one.
This is just a misunderstanding.
Put the knives down!
I can't. Look.
That's crazy, by the way.
All right, the rest of you, on the ground, now. Look, kid, I said on the ground.
We don't want to hurt you, kid.
You know all those dangerous mutants you hear about on the news? I'm the worst one.
This would have been me. This would have been me. You know those big bad Big Brother players you see on TV? Well, I'm the worst one. Pow, pow, and it goes. You know those big bad Big Brother players you see on TV? Well, I'm the worst one. Okay, now do the edit for the guy when he grabs the screen. So gas. Someone use that, by the way. And the monkey paws thing. I think that that's so cool. What's my strategic approach to Big Brother 27? I want to be a monkey paw for everyone, where I'm able to provide everything they could ever wish for. But very quickly, all at once, they will find out that each wish comes with a price, or there's a price to pay with each wish. I think that's gas. I like the imagery. I love the imagery. Like, someone use that. Someone use that. I want to be a monkey's paw. I want to provide everything you've ever wished for. Like Wishmaster? What is Wishmaster? Like just like a genie? There's always the VOD. That's right. We had 2 special guests. We had 2 special guests, Madison. It was crazy. We had Matt, and he was talking about Quat. And then we had the incredible Trey, the Nightcrawler. Munich. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, baddies in the chat, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you, your time, your attention. Hopefully my stream today was helpful and informative. I feel like I really got into the nitty-gritty of communication and the power of connections. And I think that if anyone anyone interested in a social strategy game, I feel as though I was spitting. It was a magical evening. It was. But yes, thank you all so much. And I hope that we have a great rest of our night. Goodbye.